Good evening, everyone, and welcome to the June 22nd, 2020 meeting of the Bloomington City Council. I'd like to call this meeting to order. First order of business, as always, if you would please stand and join me in the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you very much. As we get started here this evening, Ms. Christensen, would you please take the roll call of the council?
Thank you. Councilmember Beloga.
Present.
Mayor Bussey.
Here.
Councilmember Carter.
Here.
Councilmember Coulter.
Present.
Councilmember Lohman.
Here.
Councilmember Martin.
Here.
Councilmember Nelson.
Here.
The record show that all 7 members of the Bloomington City Council are in attendance this evening. Item number 4 is the approval of our agenda. Unless anyone has any changes or recommended alterations to the agenda, I'd look for a motion to approve the agenda.
So moved. Councilmember Lohman.
Second
for Martin.
We have a motion by Councilmember Lohman and a second by Councilmember Martin to approve the agenda as written. Hearing no further discussion, Ms. Christensen.
Thank you. Beloga.
Aye.
Mayor Bussey.
Aye.
Carter.
Aye.
Coulter.
Aye.
Lohman.
Aye.
Martin.
Aye.
Nelson.
Aye.
Motion passes 7-0. We have an agenda for this evening. Item number 5 are introductory items. We got 4 introductory items, and we will, item 8.1, which is a timed item, will be also as part of our introductory items. Our first introductory item is item 5.1, our COVID-19 organization and public health update. As we have with all of our meetings since mid-March, Dr. Nick Kelly is here to present us with some updates and information about COVID-19 here in Bloomington. Dr. Kelly, good evening. Welcome.
Good evening, Mayor, council members. As of this afternoon, there are 649 confirmed cases of COVID-19 in Bloomington. We've lost 35 of our neighbors to this disease, and 74 have been hospitalized. Over 50% of the cases are from the Black, Indigenous, and people of color community, which, while the American Community Survey estimates that 28% of Bloomington's population identify as part of the BIPOC community. This pandemic has cast a spotlight on the inequities in housing, employment, poverty, and chronic disease as a result of structural racism. Our data regarding COVID-19 reflects this reality. Public health has and will continue to work to address the issues of structural racism with our city colleagues and the health impacts of the COVID-19 pandemic. After 5 weeks of steady growth with cases, we've seen 3 weeks of declining cases being reported. And this past week, we saw it plateau. Minnesota continues to move in a positive direction with cases, unlike many states. COVID-19 has not gone away, and we must continue to remain focused on adapting daily life to follow public health guidance to minimize the impact of Bloomington. This will allow for continued adjustments of the dial to safely resume life activities and more interactions with people. The Bloomington community is strong, and as we work together, we will become a stronger community. Make sure you're getting enough sleep, eating well, maintaining your routines as best you can, and staying connected with family and friends. Call, text, video chat, exercise, and monitor your intake of news and social media. And ask for help when you need it. There are resources out there to help at blm.mn/COVID, COVID-PH. We also have a resource line available, 952-563-8900. Select option 3, and you'll be connected with one of our public health staff members to provide you resources between 8 and 4:30 Monday through Friday. And if you're struggling with some mental health issues and you don't want to talk to somebody, you can always text MN to 74174. Many of us are enjoying the summer in our beautiful parks, getting outside and spending time in nature. I've come to cherish my family's daily walks in the neighborhood. It's been wonderful for my mental and physical health, and it also allows us to connect with so many of our neighbors. At work and at home, we're starting to plan for the fall. I can't make predictions about the weather for the fall. Likewise, I can't predict what we're going to see with COVID and influenza this fall. It may be challenging. Keep enjoying the summer, but start thinking about planning and preparing for this fall. I am proud of my community. It's been a rough few weeks. However, I keep seeing examples of kindness. Keep it up.
Thank you, Dr. Kelly. Council, any questions for Dr. Kelly this evening? Mr. Verbrugge.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor and council members. In addition to Dr. Kelly's COVID update, I also want to provide an update for council and the community just in terms of some of the programming that we have at the city. As Dr. Kelly indicated, the turning of the dial has caused us to make some decisions about some of our programming, and at the same time some of the calendar issues and the timing of when things may become feasible has also caused us to make decisions. And in the past week, we have made some additional decisions about park and recreation programs and events updates, so I just want to walk through those real quickly. With youth and adult sports, staff is beginning to schedule fields for youth games starting as soon as such activity is allowed by any upcoming executive orders from the governor. Youth league play may be allowed to start on July 6th with an anticipated executive order to come at the end of this month. Under the current Phase 3 executive order, games are not allowed. Summer leagues will require additional maintenance staffing for 2 part-time seasonal employees, so we're taking steps to make sure that we have that staffing. At present, staff is not certain which sports will resume games this summer. Soccer and lacrosse are not planning to resume their respective competitive seasons, but that may change. Athletic associations will be asked to assist with prepping fields, and some are already doing so. Bloomington Athletic Association does not pay for field utilization. It's estimated to take up to 3 weeks for requests to come in and schedules to be created, plus an additional 2 to 3 weeks for fields to get striped and prepped. Summer adult sports leagues, which include softball, kickball, and volleyball, will be canceled for the remainder of the summer. The status of fall adult sports leagues, which include softball and touch football at Dred Scott, indoor volleyball at Kennedy High School, kickball at Valley View Park, is dependent on the upcoming executive orders, but at present our plan is to run them largely as usual since there's still time to promote them and solicit teams to participate. And promotion of fall sports opportunities is going to begin in the next several weeks. So for adult sports, no summer activity, but we are going to be planning for fall activity and hoping that we can get folks back to normal there. Tournaments, a decision on the 2020 Firemen's Tournament has not been made yet. We are just frankly holding out as long as we can on that one to make every effort possible under the governor's executive orders and the guidance of Minnesota Department of Health and the Department of Natural Resources. So we expect to have a decision on the Firemen's Tournament by July 1st. Picnic shelter rentals are open. The shelters are open on a first-come, first-served basis for the remainder of the summer. We're not going to be taking formal reservations. Under the current executive order, gatherings of 25 people or less are allowed. So the picnic shelters are currently being used very heavily, and we're actually going to have a couple of additional seasonal maintenance staff to take care of the parks as a result of the high usage of the picnic shelters. Arts in the Parks, our music events, including those traditionally scheduled for Normandale Lake Bandshell, are canceled for the remainder of the season. We had held out on those until we absolutely had to. And the reason is it's nearly impossible to limit the number of participants and or monitor guests for social distancing purposes. In addition, the concerts have considerable overhead costs, including hiring sound and lighting and maintenance staff, and the events don't generate revenue. So from our perspective, it's really difficult to try and hold down our costs and at the same time make it a safe environment. And then for Summerfest, we had already canceled the July 3rd date, and we were holding out for the possibility of September. At this point, we're recommending complete cancellation of Summerfest for 2020, unfortunately. Recognizing this is the largest annual festival, we get upwards of 40,000 attendees, which is a lot of people, and I don't think we're going to be able to do that come September. But there's also a cost issue there, too, in that we rely on a tremendous amount of community sponsorship for that event, and there hasn't been any effort, and frankly, there isn't much appetite to support those efforts right now to the extent that we would need them to be. So the last item is the Cedar Crest Park splash pad is on track to open in the near future. It's undergoing some maintenance, and it will open as soon as the completion of that work is done. So for everybody who's watching, that's just a quick update on some of the additional decisions that we've had to make. The short answer is youth sports are good to go. Adult sports, we're planning for the fall.
Thank you, Mr. Verbrugge. Councilmember Nelson, you had a question?
Yeah, thank you, Mayor. Just wanted to have one quick follow-up on the adult sports. I assume that means that people could play sports, adults could play. It's just not organized by the city. So if someone had a couple softball teams locally that wanted to get together and play, that would be allowed, if I understand correctly?
Mr. Mayor and council members, Councilmember Nelson, I think it's always best to call Park and Recreation and just find out about field availability. I don't know if access to the fields in most of the parks, or at least the ones where the softball is played, I don't know how those are restricted or not, but most of the parks where you just have an open field, as long as they're practicing social distancing guidelines, pickup games should be good.
Okay, thank you.
Additional questions? If not, thank you for the update. I'm assuming that will or is posted somewhere on the city website. Is that correct?
Mr. Mayor and council members, we wanted to share it with the council first, and first thing tomorrow morning, we will start advertising that.
Very good. Thank you. With that, we'll move on to item 5.2, which is an affirmation of emergency actions undertaken by the city manager. Mr. Verbrugge?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor and council members, and for members of the community who are watching. As we have been under a locally declared emergency for the last several months, one of the promises we made to the council and the community is that any actions that were being undertaken by the city manager or our emergency manager, who happens to be Fire Chief Seal, or the mayor, as part of that emergency declaration, that we would come back to the council for ratification. And so this is yet another visit with the council to share a couple of those items. And we have those bulleted in the resolution that's attached, suspending compliance with the bylaws for Advisory Board of Health regarding their meetings. We have agreed to assist the Bloomington Public Schools with distribution of summer meal program. And we reopened Bush Lake Beach with no lifeguards, concession stand or indoor restroom. Visitors to the beach are swimming at their own risk. And then finally, the city manager suspended an employment rule related to the length of interim director position, so that our current interim community development director, Heather Worthington, can continue in that role until the time is appropriate to do a nationwide search for the replacement. Those are the items that we have for council ratification.
So officially they're emergency actions, but they're not emergency in nature. They're simply actions that were taken outside of how they typically would be approved.
Correct.
Very good. Council, any questions on this? And I don't believe, do we?
Need an action?
We do need an action. So with that, with no more questions, council would look for a motion to affirm the emergency actions undertaken by the city manager.
So moved, Councilmember Lohman.
Yeah.
We've got a motion by Councilmember Lohman and Councilmember Carter. Was that you seconding it? Thank you. We have a motion by Lohman and a second by Councilmember Carter to affirm the emergency actions undertaken by the city manager. Hearing no further discussion. Ms. Christensen?
Thank you. Beloga?
Aye.
Mayor Bussey?
Aye.
Carter?
Aye.
Coulter?
Aye.
Lohman?
Aye.
Martin?
Aye.
Nelson?
Aye.
The motion passes 7-0. Thank you very much. We can move on to item 5.3, the status of our local emergency. Mr. Verbrugge?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor and council members. As I just indicated, the city has been under a local emergency declaration related to the pandemic, and the current emergency declaration expires on June 30th, and there was an indication that we would come back to the council and discuss whether it was appropriate to continue that emergency declaration. The emergency manager, the city attorney, and I and others have consulted on that question and looked at our operations. We believe we do not need to continue the emergency declaration, and it would have no practical impact on our operations to allow it to expire at this point. There are certain aspects of our operating posture right now that are still being guided, first of all, by the fact that we have a globally declared pandemic, that we have the governor operating under an emergency order for the state, that we continue to receive guidance from the Minnesota Department of Health, and all of those additional items beyond Bloomington are enough to help guide the response that we're doing here. The only significant issue, if significant is the right word, related to the declaration is that certain expenses that may be eligible for reimbursement by the Federal Emergency Management Agency will no longer be eligible if we discontinue the declaration. But again, the practical reality of that is we have a significant allocation of federal funds coming to us through the CARES Act that was approved by Congress at the end of March. We're expecting the governor to act on that this week, although the legislature wasn't able to approve a distribution in their special session. It's believed that they will still find a way to get that done shortly. And the allocation coming to the city of Bloomington should be more than sufficient to cover our eligible expenses, whether they are those defined in the CARES Act or those that would be eligible through FEMA. The only difference being the FEMA expenses are essentially competitive grants, and there's no guarantee, even if we submitted those costs, that we would be reimbursed for them. And the additional red tape or bureaucratic exercise here of having to isolate and segregate those costs and then submit them separately to make sure we're not double billing is not worth the amount of money that we would get. So for that reason and the others that I earlier expressed, we believe it's okay to allow the declaration to expire at the end of this month, and would happy to take any questions. The city attorney and the emergency manager are also available if you have questions of them.
Council, any questions? Councilmember Nelson.
Good. Thank you, Mayor. I have a question regarding the impact to our emergency ordinance allowing restaurants to have outdoor seating. It's my understanding from an answer I got earlier today that if we allow this to end, that would end the opportunity for restaurants to provide that. When we discussed this, I had asked for that to be until the end of the year, and we worked it out to be until September 30th. My hope, my intent in doing that was to ensure that restaurants, even if we didn't have a local emergency, could continue to do that, particularly considering that they'll probably be not allowed to have full occupancy for very good reasons for a long time. And so I guess I would like to see a way that we can continue to allow restaurants to offer that, or correct me if I'm not understanding it correctly.
Mr. Verbrugge?
Mr. Mayor, maybe the city attorney could answer that a little bit better.
Ms. Mandershad, can you help us out here?
Mayor, members, so the one of the reasons that we hurried up and did that emergency ordinance in preparation for allowing the outdoor dining was because of the increased flexibility that was provided for in the very quick turnaround that was in the governor's executive order. He released a plan that said, in the future, in the very near future, I'm going to release a more detailed plan. And we wanted to be prepared for that more detailed plan. And that more detailed plan is a part of this phased Stay Safe Minnesota process that's being rolled out. So it was originally certain 50 customer limits, and now it's 250 people. So it's marching across and growing in its openness. And so with the expiration of our city emergency ordinance and that provision in there, it essentially defaults to the governor's Stay Safe Minnesota process. And in that order, that underlying order from the governor, they encourage local governments to have flexibility in their zoning and in their process so that these businesses, restaurants and bars can operate at the greatest level of efficiency and effectiveness while keeping in mind the requirements and guidance in the Stay Safe Minnesota plan. So although the technical emergency ordinance that the city adopted would be expiring with the expiration of the city's local emergency, we default then to this process, and we have still the city code already in place. If you remember, we needed to hurry up and get all of that in place because it didn't exist. So now we have a lot of that review and process in place, and it's organized. We had a couple of restaurants take advantage of it, and now we default exclusively to the Stay Safe Minnesota requirements.
So,
Councilmember Nelson?
thank you, Mayor. I appreciate that explanation. Can we make it more simple? Will restaurants still be able to have their outdoor spaces?
Ms. Manderscheid?
Mayor, members, yes. The phase of the Stay Safe Minnesota plan that we're in right now allows for outdoor and indoor dining. The capacity is 6 feet of distance, 50% capacity, not more than 250 people indoors and outdoors, and they have additional guidance that's been released by MDH. So we would, and we have been deferring to that guidance all along. So as the Stay Safe Minnesota plan continues to work through its phases, our default for how we process and treat those applications will be consistent with the Stay Safe Minnesota plan.
Okay, thank you. Thank you for the clarification. I just want to make sure that was an opportunity that was still available. So thank you.
Thank you for that question, Councilmember Nelson. And so again, bottom line, our emergency declaration will end. We default then to the state's emergency declaration, which continues to allow outdoor dining at our bars and restaurants here in Bloomington. Okay, thank you.
And Mayor, I'll just add that if we find that we need some greater clarification in our rules to help the businesses, we'll certainly bring that back.
Good. I would appreciate that. Very good. Council, additional questions on this? Seeing no one with their hand up. Very good. Then we'll move on to item 5.4, which is our external auditor's report for 2019. So MMKR is the city's external auditor, and Mr. Jim Eichten will be presenting the results of the city's audit and give us an update on the year-end financial position and the results of the fiscal operations for calendar year 2019. Mr. Eichten, are you there?
I am.
There you are. Good evening. Welcome.
Thank you for having me. Again, my name is Jim Eichten. I'm the auditor for the city. I'm here this evening at the meeting to provide a report on the annual financial statements of the city, as well as the audit process that went through that. I do have a PowerPoint that I'm going to share. Hopefully this works. There we go. The City of Bloomington's audit report for the year ended December 31st, 2019 does include a number of factors, but first of all, it's important to understand the role of the auditor. The city is required by annual state statutes to issue a financial statement. That financial statement is issued or will be issued shortly. If not today or tomorrow morning, you'll find that financial statements being issued. It is a lengthy document, about 225 pages of information that is provided by the city in that financial statement. The financial statement is in compliance as well with the certificate of review program for Achievement in Financial Reporting that is sponsored by the Finance Officers Association of the United States. It is the role of the auditor then to issue an opinion on the financial statements. As part of the audit process, we are also then required to test the internal controls of the city. We're also required to test your compliance with Minnesota-specific laws and regulations. The guide that we follow is issued by the Office of the State Auditor here in the state of Minnesota. And then we complete a single audit of federal awards. The city does receive more than $750,000 of federal awards, and thus are subject to a single audit, which is guided by the federal audit standards, which include us testing your compliance with the major programs that you're part of, as well as testing your internal controls specific to those particular major programs. As part of the audit, we issue what's called a management report, and in that management report, it provides results of the auditor in a format that is understood by the reader and summarizes the results for you to follow in both verbal form as well as the written form that is provided. For this year, the city's audit results were very positive. We were able to issue an unmodified opinion on the financial statements. It was what the city was looking for going into the audit process, identified as a clean opinion. We did not have any findings in internal controls over your financial reporting, nor did we have any findings to report in your Minnesota legal compliance audit, as I referenced. And then lastly, we did not have any findings in the single audit of federal awards. The city's doing an exceptional job when it comes to compliance, as noted here on this particular page. We, as part of our audit, find the staff to be exceptional in both compliance, both from the standpoint of complying with the standards, but also preparing the financial statements on top of that, following the guidelines of the federal standards. In my management report, as I've referenced, we also provide information on the scope and timing of the audit. The audit this year started back in January and typically does. With the issuance of the report, we completed the audit process today. As you might anticipate, the audit process was challenging this year, given the discussion that has been top of mind already on this meeting, and in that the pandemic occurred right in the middle of that. We switched from an on-site audit to one that was fully completed off-site and through electronic forums. That being said, there's a lot of credit that goes around regarding that, and the staff at the city and finance office deserve a lot of credit for completing an audit on a timely basis in the midst of a pandemic. As I mentioned, we also then provide information on other communications, which again would tell you that the audit went very well. The audit process does then go into the second part of the audit, the first part being how well you're doing from a compliance perspective. The second part doing how is the city doing from a financial perspective. In my management report, we provide a lot of data in terms of financial results. It should be made aware, or the attendees here made aware that we did discuss a lot of these graphs already in a work session. So I'll just touch on some of the graphs that were talked about then at that meeting. The first one is on market values. The city's market values are increasing, as you can see here, ever since the downturn in the economy back in 2013-14. You're seeing market values increasing, and you can see those market values grew by about 5% each of the last 2 years. The city's tax rate on a average basis, as presented here in this particular graph, has been flat, or has been flat over the last 2 years, not flat over the several years before that. This average tax rate is generating significant revenue sources for the city's general fund, as can be seen in some future graphs that I'll point out to you. Financial results are broken down in your financial report by fund. The city's most significant fund is the general fund. The general fund of the city did experience a increase in fund balance this past year of about 1.8 million. The results were a combination of revenues being greater than budget, as well as expenditures being less than budget. That is a particular result that we as auditors enjoy. That is the type of results you want to see on an annual basis. In the graph, you'll also see one of the most significant increases in fund balance was in the improvement construction fund. Really, that increase was a result of debt proceeds that will be used in the future for improvement construction purposes. I mentioned the general fund. The general fund of the city, it does have positive results, an increase in fund balance. The fund balance of the general fund is guided by a fund balance policy. That policy guides the city to have a fund balance between 35 to 40% of fund balance total expenditures. At the end of 2019, the city's general fund had roughly 46% fund balance as a percentage of operations. The purpose for that fund balance really is to fund cash flow. The city's cash flow is different than many organizations in that you're receiving tax proceeds only twice a year. So the fund balance is used to assist your operation to get you from one collection to the other. The fund balance is used for contingencies, times where the economic picture of the city is in a downturn situation. Certainly, a fund balance policy of 35 to 40% will assist you when you're dealing with some of the unexpected downturn that we're experiencing in this pandemic. We also provide information on general fund revenues on a 5-year basis. This graph does reflect what I mentioned earlier, that the average tax rate of the city as well as the property values are generating significant levels of property taxes to fund the general fund of the city. The city's also, at least through 2019, was seeing increases in lodging and administrative taxes. The city is also reporting this past year some trends in general fund expenditures that you can see on this particular graph. One area of note to be cautioned when you look at this graph, there were some changes in classifications that took place in 2019 that are reflected here. I won't get into that level of detail because it's not necessary, but you're seeing some changes in reclassification. One item of note that the city's experienced in the area of public safety, the public safety, which does include both fire and police services, has been increasing in terms of overall expenditures, and really costs in public safety has increased, not only in the city of Bloomington, but we're also seeing that all over the Twin Cities metropolitan area. It is a growing area of need, and really cities are responding accordingly. We also then report on the city's enterprise funds. The enterprise funds of the city include the water sewer fund, stormwater utility, and accounting for recreational facilities are the major areas accounted for in that area. All enterprise funds of the city did experience an increase in overall debt position in 2019, really reflecting on the overall financial or positive financial results for fiscal 2019. My report does provide some trend lines again in water and sewer utility operating results. This particular graph reflects that at the end of 2019, that income before depreciation as well as operating income was above zero for 2019. This fund did experience a slight downturn in results, mainly because of the weather-related consumption numbers did decline in 2019. The stormwater utility fund did experience positive results this past year. As you can see in this particular graph, the stormwater fund had a slight increase in rates that is reflected there, causing additional revenues to come in. The recreational facilities operating results, as you see here, are also consistent, and you can see upswing in the operating income of this particular fund as well. So overall, my document again, provides more information on legislative data, as well as accounting and auditing updates, which I don't intend on going through here tonight. In summary, I did mention that the city does issue a financial statement, which will be submitted for achievement in excellence in financial reporting. The city has received that certificate for a significant number of years, and we do anticipate the city will receive the award again. In my audit, I did issue a clean opinion on the financial statements, was the opinion you were looking for. We had no findings to report this year, was exceptional. And as I mentioned, the financial results do reflect that the city is in sound financial condition. Lastly, I do want to point out that when looking at this audit, the city staff really does an exceptional job of assessing the financial record keeping, but also as well as reflecting on the importance of the city's controls. We rarely find our questions that we ask to be an unknown answer, as well as with the reflection on city staff toward us in terms of the importance of the controls of the city. So with that, I'll turn it back over to you. Maybe the individual on the other side can help me take back the screen. So I'm not sharing my screen. Oh, there it is. There we go. So with that, certainly the audit results of the city this year are exceptional. And I can turn it over to you for any questions that you might have for me.
Thank you, Mr. Eichten. As Mr. Eichten said, the council did go through this at length at a study session a week or so ago, so this is not completely new information. Council, any additional questions or clarification needed from Mr. Eichten on any topic? Seeing no one, I do want to point out what Mr. Eichten said, that this Certificate of Achievement in Financial Reporting, this will be the 49th straight year that the city of Bloomington will receive this Certificate of Achievement in Financial Reporting, which is a pretty impressive an accomplishment by the city. And apparently only one city and one county in the country have a longer run than the city of Bloomington does right now. So tip of the hat to our folks in our financial world. Nicely done. Any questions for Mr. Eichten?
Mr. Mayor?
Councilmember Beloga.
If there are no questions, I'd be willing to offer a motion to accept the annual report for the calendar year 2019.
Second, Councilmember Lohman.
We have a motion by Councilmember Beloga and a second by Councilmember Lohman to accept the city's comprehensive annual financial report for calendar year 2019. Hearing no further discussion, Ms. Christensen.
Thank you. Beloga,
Aye.
Mayor Bussey,
Aye.
Carter,
Aye.
Coulter,
Aye.
Lohman,
Aye.
Martin,
Aye.
Nelson.
Aye.
Motion carries 7-0. Thank you much, Mr. Eichten. Greatly appreciated. And
Thank you.
thanks for the presentation and for making it as clear and understandable as you do. I appreciate that. Thanks much.
Thank you.
We can move on to our item 8.1, which is a timed item, which is multifamily housing revenue bonds series 2020 for the Village Club, the new construction over Village Club Apartments. Ms. Economy Scholler, good evening.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. Just wanted to let you know that we also have Julie Eddington, our bond attorney, available, Leslie Roaring from Aon, and Bill Magoo from Aon available should you have questions. And I believe Sherry Shellquist from the HRA is available, again, if there's questions. Item before you tonight is requesting council to authorize the issuance of multifamily housing revenue notes for the benefit of Aon, and then also approving a housing program and authorizing the execution of related documents. In December 2019, the council approved a resolution authorizing the submission of an application for bonding authority. In January, the city received that allocation from the Minnesota Department of Management and Budget, allocating authority up to $27,423,000. And then the city has prepared the housing program and HRA with Aon for the construction of 172 units. In order to finance the construction, Aon has requested the city issue this conduit debt in an approximate aggregate principal amount of $35 million, and then loan the proceeds up to the construction or Aon, and anticipates that 27,423 would be the tax exempt bonds. There was also an item in the 1 weekly in regards to the timing of when this needs to be approved. Under statute, it needs 180 days to be approved. So by July 10th, the bond should be issued. There's some concern that these bonds might not meet that deadline, and there might be a potential for the governor to issue an executive order or management and budget to probably do some activities to allow that to happen. So there is some concern on the timing, but before you is the item to issue this debt. Conduit debt is not an obligation of the city. We are just a conduit to help it move through. So the city has no financial impact. So if there's any other questions, otherwise we have two people from Aon. Should you want to ask the developer any questions?
Thank you, and thank you for the explanation of conduit debt. I appreciate that. And again, this is for construction of 172 unit multifamily housing development. And we have been talking about this for a couple of months now, and actually moving it forward, and we're getting closer, and it's exciting to move this along. Council, any questions? Or Mr. McGue, anything to add to this?
Mayor Bussey, council members, no, I have nothing specific to add. Happy to answer any questions. We're very excited to see this thing through to closing and construction and complete the second phase of just a very, very exciting and innovative project with the original 306 and all the vision we had in December of last year to provide for this 172. So thank you.
Thank you. Thanks for being here this evening. Questions, council?
Mayor, if there are no questions, I'd be happy to move a motion.
We need a public hearing first.
This is a public hearing, so we're going to get there eventually, Councilmember Lohman. So, council, any questions at all? Councilmember Martin, I see your hand up.
Thank you. And thank you as well for the clarification on kind of the conduit nature of this. I guess just kind of on the paranoid side, if we do run into issues with the larger deadline or we don't see any action at the state level, I guess, would there be any ramifications in that event or nothing to worry about?
Ms. Economy Scholler?
I would ask if Julie Eddington, our bond attorney, could respond to that.
Ms. Eddington? Ms. Eddington, are you there? We see you there, Julie. All right, maybe we'll double back to her if we can find it. Any additional questions? Why don't we do the public hearing and then we'll see if we can come back and answer that question. So what I will do right now is open this public hearing. This is a public hearing for the Village Club New Construction Multifamily Housing Revenue Bond Series 2020. Open the public hearing. Ms. Wilson, do we have anyone on the line who would like to speak to this issue?
Jerome, this is Chris Wilson. Can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you, Chris.
Thank you. Jerome, do we have anyone on the line that wishes to speak regarding agenda item 8.1, Village Club Construction?
All right, I'll just let them know how to queue for question. Listeners who wants to speak to agenda 8.1, please press star 1. There are no listeners who wants to speak to agenda 8.1. You may continue.
Thank you.
Seeing no one coming forward, I would look for a motion to close the public hearing.
So moved. Councilmember Lohman.
Second.
Got a motion by Councilmember Lohman and a second by Councilmember Carter to close the public hearing. No further discussion. Ms. Christensen.
Thank you. Beloga? Councilmember Beloga?
Aye.
Mayor Bussey?
Aye.
Carter?
Aye.
Coulter?
Aye.
Lohman,
Aye.
Martin,
Aye.
Nelson.
Aye.
Try it again.
Motion carries 7-0 to close the public hearing. Let's go back. Ms. Eddington, are you available?
She did indicate that she was having trouble getting unmuted, so I don't know if that's an issue on our end, Chris, or if it's an issue on...
And Mayor, I'm happy to follow up with staff after the meeting as well.
Just one more try here.
We'll give it one more shot, Councilmember Martin.
Julie, this is Chris Wilson. If you can hear me, I can see you muting and unmuting yourself in WebEx. So WebEx is not the problem. It may be something on your laptop. If you look at the speaker keys above the numbers on your laptop, one of those might be muted. You are unmuted currently in WebEx, but we do not hear you.
All right. Well, Councilmember Martin, perhaps we'll get an answer to you and the rest of the council in the...
Yep, Mr. Mayor and council members, actually, we have legislative update later on in the meeting, so let's get a little information there, and I can come back and cover it.
You can do it that way.
Conversation. Yeah.
We can do it that way. So we close the public hearing. Are we comfortable voting on it, Councilmember Martin, without your question answered? Very good. Is there any further discussion, council? Questions? If not, Councilmember Lohman, now's your time to shine.
All right, Mayor, I'll move to a resolution authorizing the issuance of multifamily housing revenue notes for the benefit of Aon VP Bloomington 172 Limited Partnership, approving a housing program and authorizing the execution of documents in connection therewithin.
Second.
We have a motion by Councilmember Lohman and a second by Councilmember Martin to approve the multifamily housing revenue bond series 2020 for Village Club. Hearing no further discussion. Ms. Christensen.
Thank you. Beloga,
Aye.
Mayor Bussey,
Aye.
Carter,
Aye.
Coulter,
Aye.
Lohman,
Aye.
Martin,
Aye.
Nelson.
Aye.
Motion carries 7-0. Congratulations, Mr. McGue. I know we've got some technical things that we need to work out to get this moving along, and let us know if we can help out with talking to the governor's office to get that executive order issued to move things along, because we definitely want to see this sprung free and moving along just as quickly as possible.
Thank you, Mayor. My pleasure. And I know we had some action and some conversation back and forth with the governor's office today, and I'm sure my colleague Sarah Harris will be in touch with you immediately with some additional assistance from the city. Thank you.
Yep, please do. Thanks. With that, we can move on to our consent items. Item 6 on the agenda, our consent business. And Councilmember Lohman, you have the consent agenda this evening.
Thank you, Mayor. I wanted to make one last final call for any holds. I'm not seeing any other holds. I just want to mention that we have a 6.4 for a hold, and I want to mention 6.5 and 6.9 later on in the policy update, just so the public will know what we passed today. So with that being said, I'll go ahead and move 6.1 through 6.3, and then 6.5 through 6.10.
Second.
We've got a motion by Lohman and a second by Councilmember Beloga for the consent business as stated. And you stated, Councilmember Lohman, you just want to double back to item 6.5 and 6.9 in the issues update at the end of the meeting. Is that correct?
Yeah, just more so an update to the residents about some things we're doing around those issues.
Understood. Thank you. So we have a motion and a second to adopt the consent agenda as stated. Hearing no further discussion, Ms. Christensen.
Thank you. Beloga,
Aye.
Mayor Bussey,
Aye.
Carter,
Aye.
Coulter,
Aye.
Lohman,
Aye.
Martin,
Aye.
Nelson.
Aye.
Motion carries 7-0. Item 6.4.
Mayor, Councilmember Coulter has held that item.
Councilmember Coulter.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Sorry, I have an unexpected guest here. Can you come back? Sorry, we're getting close to bedtime. My apologies. So I just wanted to pull this one and not because I don't plan to oppose it, but I do have just some concerns. This is related to the Rosa development over in the South Loop. And I just wanted to sort of voice those concerns. And I know some of them were raised also by Councilmember Nelson in an email earlier today regarding the separation of the market value housing and the affordable housing elements. And I think, we have discussed coming back to and reevaluating the opportunity housing ordinance. And I think that conversation would benefit from a more robust definition of integration and how that works in terms of the payment in lieu of option and so on. But the question I had for staff, it was with regards to, it references that there are no immediate plans for extremely low income units, that is units that are affordable to folks at 30% of area median income. But it says that work is being done. And I'm wondering if staff could just elaborate on that and when we might know more about what that might look like.
I believe we have Mr. Centenario from our planning staff here. Mr. Centenario? I think we're having the darndest time getting unmuted this evening. Mr. Centenario, are you there? All right. Why don't we work this the same? Perhaps can we hold this over to later in the
Mr. Mayor, that's not necessary. We don't need to hold this over. I just wanted to raise that issue. If staff could get back to me at some point, even by email is fine. I just that was a question I had. And I also wanted to just raise the issue that I've noticed as we've approved a number of housing developments recently and with the opportunity housing ordinance incentives, and I'm seeing, I guess I can't call it a pattern, but I have not been seeing the numbers of units for extremely low income at 50%, 40%, 30% of area median income that I think we have needed. So I just kind of really wanted to flag that as a general issue, and I think this proposal is an example of that. And I don't think that's something we need to discuss right now, but it was just a general pattern that I noticed. So I'm happy to move on. I don't need anything specific. And
if you just hold on 1 second, Councilmember Coulter, Mr. Markegard has popped in here, and perhaps he can at least address your question. We'll certainly have staff answer it more in depth at a later date. But Mr. Markegard, can you help us out here?
Sure. Mayor Busse, Councilmember Coulter, staff strongly agrees that there is a high need at that lower price point, so below 50% of AMI. And various things are underway to try to address that. I don't know if Ms. Showquist is on the line, but we can definitely go into a lot more detail on that at an upcoming study session.
And Mr. Mayor and council members, Councilmember Coulter, as is indicated, we're going to have a joint session on August 10th with the council and the HRA to revisit some of the opportunity housing ordinance issues. So that would be a great time to have that conversation. In the meanwhile, recognizing Councilmember Coulter, you got a couple questions there. They may not be necessary to move this item tonight, but we will follow up and we'll get information in one weekly to council either this week or next week.
That's fine. Like I said, I just wanted to raise the issues. So with that, I'm happy to move item 6.4.
Second, Councilmember Lohman.
We have a motion by Coulter and a second by Councilmember Lohman on item 6.4. Hearing no further discussion, Ms. Christensen.
Thank you. Beloga?
Aye.
Mayor Busse?
Aye.
Carter?
Aye.
Coulter?
Aye.
Lohman?
Aye.
Martin?
Aye.
Nelson?
Aye.
Motion carries 7-0. We can move on to item number 7, our public comment period. And the first part of our public comment period, as always, is our response to prior meetings' public comments. Mr. Verbrugge.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor and council members. At the June 1st regular city council meeting, there were 3 residents that addressed the council. All of them were sharing opinions with the council. There were no specific questions that were asked for follow-up. Therefore, there's no additional response.
Very good. Thank you. With that, then we can open our public comment period. And the public comment period is a 20-minute period where the council will take comment from the general public on items not on tonight's agenda. And everyone will have 5 minutes and will be limited to 5 minutes. And it's a matter of fairness and making sure that everybody has the same 5 minutes. So we will be keeping time. And when we get to the end of the 5 minutes, I will ask you to stop. As we have in the past, the council, this is not an opportunity, a back and forth and interactive. We're not ignoring you. It's just a matter of this is an opportunity for residents to come forward and speak to the council members. And so the fact that we are not responding necessarily, other than perhaps answering questions of fact or obvious basic questions, it's not that we're not listening. It's just that your opportunity to come forward to the council, and we will listen, and then at our next meeting, Mr. Verbrugge, and we will respond at the next meeting with Mr. Verbrugge and others in our response to public meeting comments at a previous meeting. So with that, I know that Mr. Danielle Garbina chimed in earlier today wishing to speak to the council. Ms. Garbina, are you there?
Just a moment, Mr. Mayor.
Ms. Wilson.
Jerome, can you hear me? This is Chris Wilson.
Yes.
Jerome, would you see if Danielle Garbina is on the line to speak?
Yes, he's on the line.
Please patch her through.
Open up his line. Sure, one moment. Mr. Daniel Garbina, your line is now open now.
Thank you. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can. Good evening, Ms. Garbina. Thanks for being here tonight.
Thank you for having me.
Absolutely. Go ahead.
Mayor and council members, on Thursday, June 18th, I was part of the discussion concerning the parks. A member of the Park Commission joined in the discussion at the end. I do not recall this person identifying themselves as being on the Park Commission. The request of those running the meeting was to stay on point. The question was, quote, "What parks outside of Bloomington do you like to visit and why?" End quote. His reply was locations that had great community centers. If the city wants to be transparent, then commissioners and city staff should identify themselves. It concerns me that this meeting was about parks, and yet a park, oh shoot. I'm sorry, I messed up on my notes here. Okay. It concerns me that this meeting was about parks, and yet a park commissioner brings up community centers. It also concerns me that this meeting was about parks, and yet I was asked if I wanted a large outdoor swimming pool open in the summer, the Bloomington Family Aquatic Center, a large indoor swimming pool area open all year, or a large indoor-outdoor facility open all year. A large indoor swimming pool area open all year and a large indoor-outdoor facility open all year is unlikely about parks and instead about a community center and the removal of the Bloomington Family Aquatic Center. This is the city not being transparent. As I and other residents have requested and petitioned the city to first save Valley View Park and then save all Bloomington parks, I again ask for council to save all Bloomington parks. I noticed that the Planning Commission is revisiting standards for the placement of wireless telecommunication facilities in the public right-of-way for consistency with the state statute. I ask that the same be afforded Bloomington parks. Again, I ask that the city council save Bloomington parks by changing the city charter to protect Bloomington parks as the state statute 412.511 protects other community parks in Minnesota, and direct staff to work with residents to determine how residents or an entity other than the city council have full, absolute, and exclusive control over all property set aside for park purposes. Thank you again for having me.
Thank you, Ms. Garbina. Appreciate your comments this evening. Ms. Wilson, others?
Yes. Jerome?
Yes?
Could you see if Lana D'Alessandro is on the line to speak?
Lana D'Alessandro, she's not dialed in as a participant. She's not connected.
Okay. Could you see if we have an Ann Holzman? Holzman. Holzman.
And Holzman is not also on the line.
Okay. And Laura Calbone, Calbone.
Yes, she is.
Would you please patch her through?
Sure. Laura, your line's now open.
All right, thank you. First of all, I just want to thank the mayor and the city council and the staff for your service to our city during these challenging times. It's clearly not an easy job, and I can see that. And then I also I want to thank you for your support for putting ranked choice voting on the ballot for voters to decide this November. At the June 11th Charter Commission meeting, the commissioners were deadlocked in their vote on whether to support putting ranked choice voting on the ballot in November. They ended up voting to have another meeting, and some said that ranked choice voting is, quote, not a priority for Bloomington right now. I just want to say that I believe ranked choice voting should be a priority at this time. There are people in our community and frankly all around the world who are asking for reform at all levels of society to address inequalities. And ranked choice voting is one of the best ways to foster diversity and inclusion in our elections. Cities that have adopted ranked choice voting, including Minneapolis and St. Paul, have seen an increase in people of color and women running and winning. And the elimination of the local summer primary would also give a greater number of voters the ability to weigh in on all of the candidates in November, when voter turnout is more diverse and representative of our community. Putting ranked choice voting on the ballot for voters this November is, I think, one simple way that the City Council can support the city's diversity and inclusion priority that is part of the One Bloomington plan. It's my understanding that the City Council has the authority to decide whether and when ranked choice voting is placed on the ballot for voters. And I think that the sooner the City Council decides on this, the more time there will be to educate voters about ranked choice voting. The Charter Commission gave their opinion, and I strongly encourage the City Council to move forward with the final vote on ranked choice voting as expeditiously as possible. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you for your comments this evening.
All right.
Do we have others?
Jerome, do we have any other callers wishing to speak on agenda item 7.2, the general public comment period?
Yes, we have the line of Nick Blanch. Your line is now open.
Good evening. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can, Mr. Blanche. Good evening. Welcome.
All right, great. Mr. Mayor, Council, good evening. Mr. City Manager, in response to my previous public comment concerning the ways the city can cut its budget, I would like some public clarification of some of your statement. First, where is Bloomington with getting reimbursement from Hennepin County for public health, and what assurances do we have that this will be properly deducted from Bloomington's property taxes in the future? Please remember this issue concerns over $1 million a year. Next, I'd like additional comment from you about reducing staff salaries. In your response to my comment, you made it sound like the entire city staff is subject to collective bargaining agreements. This is untrue. Only a fraction of city staff comprising a couple departments are subject to this. Please clarify this for the public. Finally, on this point, I'm happy that city staff is looking at reducing our burgeoning fleet and that you're working with state and federal levels of government to secure emergency funding. Switching gears, our city's charter commission is ruled by its own set of bylaws. For any situation not dictated in the bylaws, such as a tie vote, they revert to Robert's Rules of Order. Robert's Rules states that a tie vote, such as the 5-5 vote taken to approve an RCV ballot question, has failed to pass. To be perfectly clear, our Charter Commission rejected this council's request to rubber stamp an RCV question for this fall's ballot. This vote was taken at the Charter Commission meeting earlier this month, and shortly after that, the meeting was adjourned on a 9-1 vote. Subsequent to that, on the same call, the city attorney chimed in and stated that it's best to reopen the meeting because she has other options to advise the commission on. The meeting was reopened after being legally adjourned and losing several members of the public who were listening in on the call, including myself. This second convening of the Charter Commission was illegal because it is a separate meeting and requires the proper public notifications and time to elapse before the meeting can be conducted. All business conducted at this second meeting is legally null and void. regardless of whatever posturing and legalese came out of the city attorney's mouth to justify the second meeting being convened. She is the one who gave inappropriate legal advice to the Charter Commission, and under Minnesota Statute 13D.06, she can be held civilly liable for advising on the calling of a meeting without proper public notice. After 3 such instances of this behavior, she can be removed from her post as city attorney by a judge. Further, any action the City Council now takes that is not in keeping with the legally conducted vote by the Charter Commission to reject the agenda item concerning ranked choice voting is grounds to sue for an injunction against the ballot question being voted on this fall. Mr. Mayor and City Council, it is time to do the right thing, not the thing demanded by many of your political handlers higher up in the state's DFL hierarchy. You instituted a brand new 7th pillar of transparency a few months ago. It is now time to finally put that 7th pillar into action and actually do what the process says you must do, not take the questionable legal opinion of an attorney who's proven time and again that her legal judgment is, frankly, not very good. I would like comment from the city publicly on this issue. Finally tonight, I'd like to speak on the recent demonstrations that Bloomington has seen by an organization commonly known as Black Lives Matter. Whether or not these local activists are officially part of the national organization, they did not pull a permit for their recent demonstrations, as confirmed to me through conversations with police officers and an email response by the city manager to someone that I know. As I'm positive the city is aware, City Code 14.63 governs the permitting process for demonstrations and other large gatherings in the city. The city has a duty to follow this just as much as the organizers of an event do. This is for health and safety, notification of nearby residences and businesses, and the general welfare of the community. I would like to know which city official or officials authorized this protest march to happen without following the established process. I would also like to inform you that you've completely abdicated your duty to enforce this city ordinance on any group that now chooses to protest or march here. If you show disparate treatment to a march for a different cause or reason, you have now opened the city up to lawsuits on First and 14th Amendment grounds. Perhaps I'll get 200 of my closest friends together and march from Valley View Park to Civic Plaza in protest of this city's dumbfounding position that they cannot help citizens craft a charter amendment language to protect parks in Bloomington. It would at least show you that it's more than 3 people. Good night.
Thank you, Mr. Blanche.
Jerome?
Your next line that will be open will be the line of Lynn Lundenberg. Your line is now open.
Good evening.
Hello.
Good evening, Ms. Lundenberg. Welcome.
Thank you for letting me speak. I'm a long-term Bloomington resident, and I spoke at the last Charter Commission meeting in favor of ranked choice voting. Public testimony was overwhelmingly in favor of ranked choice voting. In fact, there were 18 in favor of it and 14 opposed. Additionally, I understand that there were 47 emails in support of ranked choice voting versus 28 opposed, and 35 voicemails in support of ranked choice voting versus 4 opposed. In my mind, and according to 5 of the commissioners, this is exactly the right time to vote on ranked choice voting. Ranked choice voting addresses how we vote, and that's why we need to vote on it when voter turnout is expected to be extremely high in November. Following the City Council meeting last month, there was a flood of misinformation about ranked choice voting on the Bloomington Community Facebook group. Myths that have been repeated tonight, on the Facebook sites over and over again by a small group of RCV opponents, one of which has been on the line tonight. These are inaccurately claiming that RCV favors one party over another, RCV will cost more, RCV allows some voters to vote more than once, or we don't have enough time to educate voters on how to vote by ranked choice. None of these claims are true. What is true about ranked choice voting is that it promotes campaigning that's more respectful and issue-based. And I encourage you to put ranked choice voting on the ballot in November so that we can look forward to more civil elections in the future. Thank you.
And thank you. Ms. Wilson, others?
Jerome, do we have any other callers for this agenda item?
Patrick Meyer, your line is now open.
Good evening. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can. I'm sorry, I missed your name as that Jerome announced. Who is this?
Patrick Meyer.
Patrick, good evening. Welcome.
Hi there. Thank you, City Council and Mayor. I appreciate the job that all of you do. Your role in government, of course, you have to constantly seek the advice of all the experts and sort out truth from fiction. And I'm not sure that I qualify as an expert, but I have spent a fair amount of time looking at the ranked choice voting, and I think it's a great way to do voting. I really do. I listened in. I was involved in the Charter Commission meeting as well, and we know there weren't all the members there, but the charter, at the end of the day, the charter is to do what the citizens of Bloomington. I mean, that charter has to exist as like a constitution for our city, and it has to do what the citizens of Bloomington, wish to have set up as their city. And of course, what's going on here with ranked choice voting, we are simply trying to get it on the ballot because, I think it's easy to understand. I don't think there's an education problem. And we're going to try to ask the very intelligent people of Bloomington to make a decision. They are going to hear both sides of the equation, and they'll vote on this. It's a method of voting that's been approved by the Supreme Court. We do know that my big thing for ranked choice voting is that it might actually take some of the venom out of the politics. Not all of it. I'm sure there'll still be some of that, but it might take a little bit of it away. And right now, the partisanship is really hurting us. So I do want to see, something better than we have today. We go out today and there's a primary and we get 5 or 10% of the people that tend to be, it's more people should attend the primary. I'm not disputing that, but they don't, and they haven't for years. So that's probably not going to change. So it just makes a lot of sense to use ranked choice voting and eliminate the primary. We've been changing our voting methods for years. We constantly are trying to achieve a more fair, open voting method so that the will of the people, the governed, actually is heard correctly. And ranked choice voting definitely addresses that. So, and then the last thing on why now, there's always a question of when to do it. Right now is the best time. It's a change in practice. So it needs to happen when there's a lot of people voting. We're going to have high voter turnout in November. And I think that's the right time to have this ballot question out there. I had heard from city staff that it wasn't a huge issue for them. To try to, the time, there's hours to put it in place. It didn't sound like staff had an issue with it. So I don't understand exactly what the delay why we would have a delay, but maybe that can be explained to me. So at the end of the day, I want you to discover the will of the voters and try to put this on the ballot in November. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Meyer. Ms. Wilson, any others?
Jerome, do we have any other callers for agenda item 7.2?
Yes, we have Elisa who wants to speak to agenda 7.2. Natalie Maros, your line is now open. Oh, God.
Ms. Moros, are you there?
Yes, I am.
Good evening. Welcome.
Good evening. Thank you. Good evening, Mayor and members of the City Council. My name is Natalie Moroz, and I'm a resident of Bloomington. Before I get to my main concern tonight, I would like to formally request that during public comment, the video of city officials remain on the screen while callers are speaking, and showing the time clock would also be helpful for viewers. Thank you. I'm calling tonight because I was at the March City Council meeting where concerns over the increase of crime in Bloomington was raised. From what I've been hearing since then, not only is crime in Bloomington increasing, but as I expect you know, the level of violence of crime in Bloomington is also increasing. From everything I've seen, all the polls show that the vast majority of citizens are opposed to defunding the police. But Minneapolis City Council is going ahead and defunding the police anyway. This affects all metro cities, including Bloomington. Fox 9 reported 21 people were wounded in Minneapolis shooting over the weekend. Care 11 reported at least 8 people were injured in shootings this afternoon in Minneapolis. WCCO TV reported there have been 1,600 gunfire reports within the last 30 days. Councilmember Carter has called for police reform. I would like to hear the reasons Bloomington Police Department needs reform. Ranked choice voting comes to Bloomington from Minneapolis and St. Paul. My concern is defunding Bloomington police will come from Minneapolis to Bloomington as well. Tonight, I ask for each city council member the mayor, and our city managers to tell us where they stand. Please provide each of the individual answers at the next council meeting. We as citizens of Bloomington deserve to know. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Morose. We are officially at the end of our 20-minute city public comment period. If we have more, we would need a motion to extend the public comment period if we have more speakers. So, Ms. Wilson?
Jerome, can you tell me how many more people are on the line to speak on agenda item 7.2?
We have one.
Mr. Mayor, you have one.
We have one speaker left. Council, I would look for a motion to extend our public comment period by 5 minutes for one additional speaker, and then we'll wrap it up for the evening.
So moved.
Second.
We've got a motion by Coulter and a second by Lohman to extend our public comment period for one more caller this evening past our 20-minute period. No further discussion. Ms. Christensen.
Thank you. Beloga? Mayor Bussey?
Aye.
Carter?
Aye.
Coulter?
Aye.
Lohman?
Aye.
Martin?
Aye.
Nelson?
Aye.
Motion passes 7-0. We'll have one more caller. Ms. Wilson?
Jerome, would you please patch through our final caller for agenda item 7.2?
Sure. Daniel Indovina, your line's open.
Hi, thank you so much for extending the time to let me speak tonight.
Absolutely. Welcome.
I am calling to.
Who is this?
Thank you. I'm calling to express support both for Black Lives Matter and for a reform of the Bloomington Police Department, especially as somebody who has a lifelong mental illness that includes a possibility of psychosis. It is very important to me that the tactics that police use, including use of force, de-escalation, and mental health care, are humane and well-trained and something that is less likely to kill me. 50% of people killed by police are people with disabilities like mine, and as a white woman in the suburbs, I am much less likely to die than someone who is Black in the inner city or has some sort of untreated mental illness. I'm lucky that I have health care at my disposal. I want to ask to see all of the policies of our police department somewhere available to citizens, of which I cannot find, especially use of force and how people with mental illnesses are treated. I demand a ban on chokeholds, which could kill someone during one of those encounters.
Excuse me?
Also, I want to.
We are actually, this is an agenda item later in our agenda. It's actually coming up fairly quickly, where we're going to review our police procedures and update on legislative reforms by Chief Potts. And officially, as part of the public comment period, if it's on the agenda, we withhold comments in our public comment period, and we just take it as an agenda item. So.
Okay, can I? Something that doesn't have to do with the police then, and then finish up?
Please, yes. Very quickly, if you could.
Yeah. So I also wanted to say thank you for the council members and school board members who were at the march last week like I was, and I would like to remind you that your presence at these marches is noted and appreciated, but also I would appreciate to hear your voices strongly when we talk about things like policies that apparently is next on the agenda. And so I'm sorry, the way I understood it was that if there wasn't a public hearing for it, it went during public comment. Otherwise, it was during public hearing.
Yeah, no, that's one of the tricks we have in our public comment period and our organizational business, and so it's one of the things we need to work out, I think, in our rules of procedure. So I apologize for that. And I'm sorry, I missed your name. I missed your name as you came on.
Oh, Danielle and Davina Colley.
Oh yes, thank you, appreciate it.
You're welcome.
All right. With that, I will close our public comment period for this evening. And we can move on to item 8.2, which is interim moratorium on new self-storage facilities citywide, a public hearing. But first, Mr. Markegard, can you bring us up to date on this?
One sec.
There he is. There's Mr. Markegard. Good evening. Again, welcome.
With the council members, good evening. Let me put the presentation on the screen here. So this item is a 12-month proposed moratorium on self-storage facilities in Bloomington. There are currently 8 facilities in the city and one more that's approved and on the way. 4 of these facilities are very new within the last 2 years. And with these 4 facilities, the number of storage units in the city has approximately doubled. While there are many benefits of self-storage facilities, some of the concerns include relatively low activity levels, low employment levels per acre, a difficulty in reusing the facilities if demand were to drop in the future. And we have received neighbor complaints from residential neighbors regarding the facilities. So Bloomington currently has about 7.6 square feet per capita. That compares with a national average of 5 square feet per capita. And among the cities that we examined, nearby cities, Bloomington had the second highest level of square feet per capita, trailing only St. Louis Park. And we think the strong demand in Bloomington is contributed to in part by areas nearby in Edina, Richfield, and Eden Prairie that have no self-storage facilities. So a lot of that demand is transferring to Bloomington. A couple comments on moratoria. They are authorized by state statute, and Bloomington has used the moratoria frequently in the past. Most recently with the medical marijuana distribution facility moratorium, and we also had a recent Penn American District moratorium. Tonight's moratorium is proposed for 12 months, and during that time, no new applications would be accepted. However, there are exceptions for entitled self-storage facilities, such as the U-Haul facility that was recently approved. There's also an exception for repair and maintenance of existing facilities. During the 12-month moratorium, we would have a zoning study and we would investigate concerns and potential code amendments to address those concerns. In terms of outreach, we did do the legal notice in the Sun Current, posted information on the city website, and used the e-subscribe system. Most importantly, we did a direct mail notice to every property owner that owns land that's zoned for self-storage. We have 256 of those owners. And based on this outreach, we only had one phone call, just with questions, no feelings one way or the other, but just had some questions. So with that, staff does recommend adoption of the moratorium, and we have 3 motions for you this evening, and I'm happy to answer any questions.
Thank you, Mr. Markegard. I did have one question. You mentioned the existing facilities, the repair and maintenance of existing facilities is still allowed, and I'm assuming that does not include expansion of any kind. Is that correct?
Mayor Bussey, that's correct. Unless that expansion has already been approved, no further expansion would be allowed. I believe we do have one facility where expansion beyond the current level has already been approved. So that would be allowed, but nothing that has not already been approved.
All right, thank you. Council, any questions of Mr. Markegard on this? Councilmember Lohman.
Just real quick, if we're able to complete all of the work associated with this moratorium, are we able to disband this moratorium ahead of time?
Mr. Markegard.
Sure. Yes, Mayor Bussey, Councilmember Lohman, that's correct. If the study progresses quickly and we're able to complete that study prior to the 12 months, we could definitely remove the moratorium. We would bring back another ordinance before the City Council to delete the moratorium in that event.
Additional questions, council? Seeing none at this time, this is a public hearing. And at this time, I'd like to open the public hearing regarding interim moratorium on new self-storage facilities citywide. Ms. Wilson.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Jerome, do we have any callers wishing to speak to agenda item 8.2?
Listeners who want to speak to agenda 8.2, please press star 1. There are no listeners who want to speak to agenda 8.2. You may continue. Oh, sorry. We have a listener who wants to speak.
Okay.
Her name is Lona D'Alessandro. Your line's now open.
Thanks, folks.
Good evening.
Hi, folks. Thanks for having me. Appreciate it. I wasn't planning to speak on this, but I did have a question, so I thought I would just ask it while I had a moment. I'm just curious, and I know that sometimes you can't answer questions during comment periods, but if you can, I'd love to know why the last permit request for a new facility was approved and then this moratorium came up, or like did it come up because of that? I mean, how did it end up in front of us, I guess would be a good background for me, because I would have thought that potentially we wouldn't have seen that last facility approved if we intended to go to moratorium. So I'd love some clarification. Thank you.
Mr. Markegard?
Sure, Mayor Busse, council members, the impetus for the discussion was the discussion on that agenda item. There was a plat before the city council, and at that review, the council requested that we bring forward a study item to look at various options, and then we've progressed towards the moratorium from there.
Yes, the short answer is that yes, the most recent application, I think, moved the council in this direction. We had talked about this in the past, and we had looked at a number of, we had noticed, it was very noticeable, the number of self-storage facilities that were coming into the city of Bloomington. And when we got the most recent application, we began the discussion of a moratorium to look at zoning possibilities and other ways to deal with or to adapt to self-storage facilities in the city. So, and once the application was in place, you can't do a retroactive moratorium for things that have already been proposed or are in the pipeline. So that continued to move forward, but this moratorium would put the brakes on anything new for the next 12 months. Does that make sense?
That helps a lot. Thank you.
You're very welcome. Thanks for calling. Any additional questions or anyone else like to speak at this public hearing?
Jerome, do we have any additional callers?
There are no listeners who want to speak to agenda 8.2. You may continue.
Thank you.
Seeing no one else coming forward for the public hearing on this, council, I would look for a motion to close the public hearing.
Beloga, so moved.
Second.
We got a motion by Councilmember Beloga and a second by Councilmember Carter to close the public hearing. Hearing no further discussion, Ms. Christensen.
Thank you. Beloga?
Aye.
Mayor Busse?
Aye.
Carter?
Aye.
Coulter?
Aye.
Lohman?
Aye.
Martin?
Aye.
Nelson?
Aye.
Motion to close the public hearing passes 7-0. Council, any questions or discussion or thoughts on this? We have talked about this. As I said, we've talked about this in the past. We've chewed on this a bit. Any comments or questions, or anyone like to weigh in on this in any way? Seeing no one coming forward, Council, I'd look for a motion to one way or another on this. Councilmember Beloga?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Seeing no other conversation. Oops, the motion just went off the screen. Glenn, can you put it back up?
Chris, can we put the motion back on the screen, please? There it is.
Thank you. Move to adopt an ordinance amending Chapter 21 of the City Code, establishing a moratorium on the development, construction, or expansion of a self-storage facility, and directing staff to complete a planning study assessing the need for an amendment to the city's official controls.
Second, Councilmember Loman.
We have a motion by Councilmember Beloga and a second by Councilmember Lohman to amend Chapter 21 of the City Code, establishing a moratorium. Council, further discussion? Hearing none. Ms. Christensen.
Thank you. Beloga?
Aye.
Mayor Bussey?
Aye.
Carter?
Aye.
Coulter?
Aye.
Lohman?
Aye.
Martin?
Aye.
Nelson?
Aye.
Motion carries 7-0. Councilmember Beloga.
I move to adopt a resolution immediately commencing a planning study and analysis of the need for an amendment to the city's official controls relating to self-storage facilities and to commence the moratorium immediately upon adoption of this resolution.
We have a motion. Do we have a second?
Second, Councilmember Loman.
We have a motion by Councilmember Beloga and a second by Councilmember Lohman to adopt the resolution. Council hearing no further discussion. Ms. Christensen.
Thank you. Beloga?
Aye.
Mayor Bussey?
Aye.
Carter?
Aye.
Coulter?
Aye.
Lohman?
Aye.
Martin?
Aye.
And Nelson?
Aye.
And motion carries 7-0. And Councilmember Beloga, summary publication.
Move to adopt the resolution authorizing summary publication of the ordinance included in tonight's packet.
Second, Councilmember Loman.
Motion by Councilmember Beloga and a second by Councilmember Lohman for summary publication. Hearing no further discussion, Ms. Christensen.
Thank you. Beloga?
Aye.
Mayor Bussey?
Aye.
Carter?
Aye.
Coulter?
Aye.
Lohman?
Aye.
Martin?
Aye.
Nelson?
Motion carries 7-0. With that, we can move on to item 9, our organizational business. Ms. Wilson, a question.
Mr. Mayor, if I might, I will let our operator for this evening go as we have concluded the agenda items that provide public hearings and public comment.
Very good.
Just a moment, please. Jerome, this is Chris. Can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you, Chris.
Thank you for your assistance tonight. That concludes the agenda items which have public comment associated with them, so you can disconnect from the call. We are done taking public comment for this evening.
Thank you.
Thank you for your
Goodbye,
assistance.
everyone.
Have a good night.
My pleasure. You too.
Thank you to Jerome for your help this evening. Now we can move on to item 9.1, which is a review of police procedures and an update on legislative reforms. Obviously, police procedures, prospective legislative reforms have been a topic of conversation across the state of Minnesota and across the country and across the world over the past few weeks. And we've invited Chief Potts here this evening to lead us through a review of our police procedures here in the city of Bloomington and to give us an update on legislative reforms as his in his role not only as the chief, but also as the president of the Minnesota Police Chiefs Association. So good evening, Chief Potts. Welcome. Thanks for being here with us this evening.
Thank you, Mayor, members of the council. You are right. It has been it's been 4 weeks since the tragic death of Mr. George Floyd. 4 weeks, almost to the hour. And a lot of things have happened in that 4-week period of time. We continue to see a lot of anger, frustration. We see protests. We've seen riots in Minneapolis and St. Paul for several days. Here in Bloomington, as already has been mentioned here on the at the meeting tonight, there were a couple of protests that took place here in Bloomington over the weekend. And so there continues to be a lot of emotion around around this particular area. I want to speak to you just for a few minutes tonight about a lot of questions that we've been getting here in the Bloomington Police Department, a lot of questions that I've been getting, and I think, frankly, a lot of questions that you all have been getting about what are we doing here in Bloomington to prevent something like this from occurring here in Bloomington. And I put out a statement to our community back on June 5th and highlighted some of the things I'm going to talk about here tonight. I just want to make sure the community knows that the things I'm going to talk about tonight are not to suggest that, we think we're just fine. We don't need to keep working on anything new. We don't need to continue to try to address some of the frustrations and the emotions that have come out of the event on May 25th when Mr. Floyd was tragically killed. And so I don't want to suggest that that we've got everything under control and that we're not going to continue to work on change. That's not, I'm just going to try to talk about some of the things that we are working on and they have been working on over the last few years, hopefully to put us in a position that so that something like that won't happen here in Bloomington. And so I want to start with the hiring of police officers. Here in Bloomington, we have 3 different processes. We think it's very, very important to the overall quality of the organization that we hire the right people. And there's a few factors to consider there, but one of the most important is making sure that our hiring processes are able to identify people who know how to communicate well. We talk about de-escalation a lot. You're going to hear me talk about de-escalation several times here in my remarks tonight, but we need officers who are good at communicating. We can train them a lot of the other skills and techniques, but they need to be able to communicate. Another thing that we've done over the last few years and have become a bit of a pioneer in is trying to hire officers that match the demographics of our community. Bloomington, as you know, has changed over the last several years. It's changing at a rapid pace, and the traditional hiring processes that we had used prior to about 3 years ago really didn't produce pools of candidates that matched our community. And so we developed what's called the Pathway to Policing program. We've developed our CSO program to be a feeder program directly from our either the high schools in town or Normandale Community College, which is a large criminal justice program educator. And we feel that if we can tap into either our high schools or Normandale Community College as another way for kind of hometown candidates to come work in this police department, that gives them an advantage when they begin their employment and that they know the community. It's also given us the ability to increase our diversity as those high schools in Normandale Community College provide for a more diverse pool of candidates. And I'll talk a little bit more about the Pathway to Policing program here in a few minutes, but I want to make sure you all as council members know that we believe that the hiring process is extremely important to maintaining the quality of police department that we have. And again, help us become more closely matched to the demographics of the community. Also, extensive training program. One of the foundations or cornerstones, if you will, of our police department is our commitment to training our officers. And we, not only when they just start their employment, which begins with about 5 weeks, between 5 and 6 weeks of classroom training. This is after they've already completed all of their academic requirements. To be a police officer, they've successfully passed the licensing exam, and they may even come to us with many years of experience from another department, but we still have them come in and sit in a 5 to 6 week classroom environment so that we can train them on our policies and our procedures and the way we would like the city of Bloomington to be policed. Then after they're done with that, they go on to about 4 months of training in a police, in a squad with another training officer. So it's essentially a more experienced officer and the new officer partnered up for around 16 to 20 weeks. We rotate them through 3 or 4 other trainers so they get various perspectives. And then if we feel like they're ready and have successfully completed the elements of training, then they can become a solo officer. But the training doesn't end there. All of our officers are required in the state of Minnesota to have 48 hours of continuing ed credit or training credits every 3 years. A licensing cycle is 3 years. And again, that's their state requirement is 48. Here in Bloomington, it's not uncommon for our officers to have 100 or 150 hours of continuing ed training every licensing cycle. So in many cases, we're double or triple what the state requires. And again, that's just indicative of our commitment to training our officers, to making sure that that we're staying ahead of some of the issues and problems that occur in agencies where they may not have as firm of a commitment to training. The third thing I'll talk about real quick is our commitment to community engagement. Our officers are all expected to be out in the community, and when they have time between their calls for service, that they're out interacting with the community in non-enforcement settings. We've also built a number of programs like Coffee with a Cop and many, many other Safe Summer Nights, National Night Out, where we build events where we invite the public to come in just so that we can have conversations, just so we can hear what their questions are, hear what their concerns are, put our officers in a position where they can listen to those questions and respond. And slowly but surely, what happens out of those community engagements events is that a relationship starts to build between the officers and the community. And that's why we believe it is so important for our department to have a strong commitment to community engagement. Every year we do a 10-week Citizens Academy where we bring 30 of our residents in for a in-depth 10 weeks, one night a week for 10 weeks. It's 3 hours every Thursday night to really give them an in-depth look at the Bloomington Police Department. We show them just about every program that we offer. We bring in officers from all the divisions within the department. And those 30 people walk away having a very, very good understanding of our programs, our policies, and really the way we provide public service, public safety services to the city of Bloomington. We've done that for over 20 years. And we continue to fill that class every year. That's just another one of the programs that we'll call community engagement programs that we are committed to continuing into the future because it is so important for our officers to get to know the community. It's also as equally as important for the community to get to know the officers. And so community engagement is definitely something that we'll continue to do. We've increased it exponentially over the last 2 or 3 years, become a portion of the annual evaluation for our police officers, that they are expected to participate in community engagement during their downtime or when they're not actively engaged on a call. We'll call it their free time. But also they're also expected to participate in those programs and those events that we do, nearly 100 of those events that we do on an annual basis that are planned by our crime prevention coordinator or our community liaison. Next, I want to switch to the work of the Department of Public Safety Commissioner John Harrington and the Attorney General Keith Ellison. About a year ago, they began the work, they formed a working group and began the work of trying to reduce police-involved deadly force encounters. They brought in about 25 stakeholders, some of which were from the law enforcement community, some of them were just residents of the state of Minnesota that were interested in this particular topic, and they worked through a very comprehensive project and ultimately developed a set of recommendations. These became available to the public in February. This is the document that I sent out to you all last week. In the document, the working group produced a set of recommendations, and there's a total of 28 of them. Now, in the 28 recommendations, again, these are all geared at trying to provide law enforcement agencies with essentially a report card or a menu of options for things that they should be doing to try to prevent deadly force encounters from happening in their community. In the 28 recommendations, 13 of them are directed at the Department of Public Safety, the legislature, the Attorney General's office, and I'll just give you the numbers of those recommendations that are not directed directly at law enforcement agencies, but rather the state, the legislature, or a department within the state of Minnesota. Those are recommendations 3 through 5, number 10, number 13 through 16, number 18 through 22, and 25. So those are currently being worked on in the legislature, and we'll talk about some of the legislative reform initiatives that are being considered this year that do address some of those. But the remaining 15 working group recommendations are really the ones that I look closely at to try to see how are we doing here in Bloomington. And again, I'm not saying that I'm suggesting that we're not going to continue to work on ways to improve our organization, but I just wanted to kind of highlight in terms of the most recent work in this area by this working group. Of the 15 remaining, 14 of those in some capacity we're already doing here at the Bloomington Police Department. There's one of them that we're not completed with. We're in process. We have completed some elements, but 14 of the remaining 15 we've already put into action here in some capacity. And the 15th one, we're already looking at that and trying to figure out ways, and I'll give you more information about that particular item here in just a few minutes. The working group recommendations are broken down into 5 categories. We'll call them 5 pillars. This group did their work much the same as the 21st Century Policing Task Force did a few years back, where they developed 4 pillars. In this particular case, the 5 pillars that they came out with are, the first one is community healing and engagement. There's 5 recommendations in that category. The second pillar is prevention and training. There's 7 recommendations in that area. The third is investigations and accountability. There's 6 recommendations in that particular pillar. The fourth is called policy and legal implications. In that particular area, there are 8 recommendations. And the 5th and final is officer wellness. In that pillar, there are 2 recommendations. I'm going to tick through some of these that we have already, as I mentioned, implemented here in Bloomington. Talk about some of those programs. And some of these were highlighted in the June 5th statement. Increasing our training in de-escalation. That is one of the recommendations from the working group. That is something that we've begun doing here a few years ago, probably about 4 years ago. We really started paying close attention to training our officers in de-escalation. We started with a 1-day class on crisis intervention and de-escalation. Since then, we've committed to sending all of our 124 sworn officers to what is considered to be the highest level of de-escalation training right now for local law enforcement. And that is called CIT training. That is, all officers go through a 40-hour course on crisis intervention and de-escalation. And our goal here is to have all 124 trained. Now that class, or that curriculum is fairly expensive. And so we've been sending around 20 to 25 officers per year. Currently, we've sent 75% of our department through that training, with plans to get the final 25% here in the next 12 to 18 months. Now, I will add that the initial portion of our department that went through it was our patrol officers. And so those that are left are primarily not in patrol positions, but rather in specialty units and or in our administrative positions. And so we do have a plan to get the remainder through, but we did start and focus on our patrol officers first. We utilize a multicultural advisory committee as a consulting body. This is a recommendation within the working group recommendations. We call this the MAC. It was established here in Bloomington about 7 years ago. It's made up of volunteers who represent the various communities within Bloomington. Our goal with the MAC is to assist in improving relations, particularly within our multi-ethnic communities, communities of color, and other underrepresented communities. Currently, the MAC has representatives from the African American, the West African, Somali, Latino, LGBTQ community. It also has representatives from some of our strategic partners, those being the school district, houses of worship, and organizations that work on human trafficking and domestic violence advocacy organizations here in Bloomington. That MAC committee has 11 members, and it meets monthly, and it really is an advisory committee for the police department. We run a lot of our policies to include our use of force, or what we now call our response to aggression and resistance, by that committee for input. That committee has a liaison, a community liaison that is Caitlin Goki. She is a Hennepin County employee, but she's embedded here in the Bloomington Police Department through a contract with Hennepin County. We'll talk about that program. It's called the Joint Community Police Partnership. And Caitlin Goki is our community representative who helps manage the MAC committee and provides for monthly meetings and also is able to bring those MAC members into the organization to help train our officers. We adopted the use of the Vitals app. This is a piece of technology, an application for cell phones that helps notify officers of individuals who have intellectual disabilities. And most recently, it's an app that was used to help officers become aware of individuals who are COVID-19 positive. Now, this is a piece of technology that we just started using a few months ago that is designed to help officers when they're on calls for service with people who may have some, again, intellectual disabilities or potentially even mental health issues, where the officers on their smartphones will receive a notification that provides them with additional information that will help them deal with the situation in a more safe way. In cases where an individual may have autism, for example, the information communicated to the officer will identify the individual that they're dealing with and provide them with some calming techniques. As we know in our training with people who have autism, that it's very important for the officers to de-escalate, approach them in a very calm way. And this app is really pretty helpful in providing officers with vital information that will help them safely deal with sometimes very difficult situations. We equip our officers with first responder certification. That's that's first aid training and carrying tourniquets, so that if they're involved in some type of an incident where that higher level of first aid is they've already been trained with it and the equipment is with them and at the ready. We use a critical incident stress management debriefs after all of our critical incidents. This is another recommendation in the working group that is very critical for the officers and their ability to process some of these scenes that they become involved with. And if we don't try to have our officers deal with those psychologically deal with those things, they become baggage for the officer, and over a career it can really have detrimental effects on the officers. And we're going to talk a little bit more about some of the other wellness efforts that we are putting in place for our officers as they deal with some of these very difficult situations. We're participating in the Joint Community Police Partnership Program. This includes contracting of an embedded community liaison with the police department to enhance our communications and understanding between law enforcement and our multicultural residents. Very, very important program. We've been a part of this for about 7 years. This is the program that MAC is a part of. Community liaison Caitlin Goetke does a lot to help our officers become more educated about our multicultural residents. She also, again, builds the programming that helps connect those multicultural residents with our police department. And again, we meet with that committee on a monthly basis. The mandating of annual racial equity training for all of our officers. We do this in a number of different ways. Again, we require our officers to attend in-service trainings every year, and we deal and train on racial equity during our in-service training, but we also require officers to do online training at 21 or 22 additional modules every year above and beyond what we do on the in-service training. And 3 of those modules are specifically dedicated to implicit bias and racial equity training. And again, we have plans to increase that with our new racial equity coordinator, Faith Jackson, that we will be increasing and even improving upon our racial equity training here in the department. The next program is probably one of the most impactful programs that I have ever been a part of in my 28 years. And that is we contract now with Hennepin County for an embedded social worker. This social worker is embedded right here in the Bloomington Police Department to assist us in providing mental health services for individuals who our staff come in contact with out in the community. These calls for service have been increasing at a very rapid rate over the last 5 to 8 years. This is for about the last 12 months, we have had an embedded social worker here to help us more quickly and efficiently connect those people who are in crisis, those individuals in our community that our officers are coming in contact with, through the completion of a crisis report that goes directly to the embedded social worker. So oftentimes the same day or the next day, the social worker is immediately working to connect that individual with the services that Hennepin County Health and Human Services Division have. Her efforts are to connect that individual with the services that they need. We currently are completing about 40 to 50 crisis reports a month. That's a lot of work for one social worker. However, our social worker is a Hennepin County employee and has access to all of the health and human services right here within our Bloomington Police Department. So she has additional resources back in Hennepin County that she can refer the individuals to. And again, one of the more, I think, important and successful programs that I've seen in my career here in the Bloomington Police Department is in the first year, the success stories that we're hearing about how our embedded social worker can more quickly connect people with the services that they need to essentially keep them out of crisis. And if I had more time here, I could share many of the success stories that we've seen within the first 12 months. And really, we're only seeing the tip of the iceberg. We think that there's probably enough work for there to be more than one, and I'm not sure how many, but more than one that we could keep busy with this type of work here within the Bloomington Police Department. We currently utilize body cameras. Again, another recommendation that the working group brought forward. We've had these now for over a year. We worked with our MAC committee. We worked with the community to develop the policy that we use that guides the use of our body cameras. These body cameras are very helpful in how we document what our officers are experiencing out in the street. They're also very helpful in training in that we can utilize the body camera and squad car camera video to help train other officers who may not have been involved in a particular incident, but because we have the video there that we can share with other officers, we found them to be very beneficial for a number of different things. But probably first and foremost, it's the ability to have video documentation of what our officers are seeing and experiencing when they're out having person-to-person contacts or while they're in their squad cars, because all the squad cars are equipped with a matching system so that the body camera video and the squad car camera systems are very tightly integrated. And then lastly, we recently updated our use of force policy. We call it the response to aggression and resistance. We did this to be more in line with modern use of force policy and guidance. The policy was worked on in partnership with our MAC committee. That is that our MAC committee was the body of citizens or residents of the city that we ran the policy by as we were developing it. We use language directly from the landmark Supreme Court case that guides police use of force. That is the Graham versus Connor decision. And our officers have all been trained in that policy in the last year. Those are some of the things that we haven't just started working on in the last 4 weeks. Those are things that we've been working on in the last couple of years to help us continue to be a high quality police department. The fact that our citizen survey ratings have been at or over 90% for the last 4 years may suggest to some that our department does a pretty good job in the eyes of the people who fill out the survey. But I'll tell you, as the current chief, and I've been the police chief here for 12 years, that we're working just as hard at becoming a better police department than we ever have. Those ratings don't mean that we're going to sit back and just rest on our laurels. We're going to continue to work hard and try to figure out how can we become the best police department that we can possibly be. Now, we did mention that there's some legislation that's being discussed. As of Friday night or Saturday morning, the House and Senate both had bills that had passed off the House regarding police reform. And there was various packages on the House included 16 different initiatives, including things like peer counseling, reporting of deadly force encounters to the BCA, the banning of chokeholds, use of force policy reform, which incidentally, I watched the testimony in the House floor, and many of the suggestions and amendments that were being brought forward by Senator Champion from Minneapolis, as well as many others, the language that they were proposing be in the model policy was language that was already in our policy. It was verbatim from the Bloomington policy on response to aggression resistance. But other things in the House package, police reform package, include autism training, mental health training. Again, many of these things, they're making requirements. However, we've already begun making them an annual requirement here at the police department. The Senate has a package that included 11 bills, and those include continued funding for police training. This is somewhat important. I think that we acknowledge that 3 years ago, there was an increase in mandated training in the area of de-escalation, crisis intervention, and implicit bias. And the state temporarily funded those increased training requirements. However, that additional funding sunsets after 2021. And in the Senate bill, that funding is put back in there in perpetuity. But also in the Senate bill, there's a bill that helps police deal with stress and trauma after dealing with critical incidents, mandatory reporting for deadly force encounters. What that would do is require that agencies report use of force that results in serious bodily harm or death to the BCA every month, requiring a policy that is the duty to intervene or duty to intercede. That actually is a policy that is in the House bill as well. And I just want to make you aware that I have administratively implemented that policy here in the Bloomington Police Department. That policy did exist in our training, in our use of force policy. However, it wasn't explicitly written in the manual, but I have administratively implemented that policy here. So that's already in the works, or is already done, I should say. But again, there are 11 different bills. Now, my understanding is that they're in a bit of a cooling off period here for, I'm not exactly sure how long, but it sounds like there are plans by the governor and the leadership in both the House and the Senate that they will be called back into session to pass some of the bills that are currently agreed upon. Of course, we'll have to wait to see exactly how that plays itself out, but I think the speculation is that they will come back into another special session. These bills that I just mentioned would have to be reintroduced, and that can be done rather quickly from what I understand. And there would then hopefully be agreement on a list that, or a package of police reform bills that would then be advanced to the governor. As the soon-to-be past president of the Minnesota Chiefs Association, I have been closely monitoring this. I just have a few more days left of my term, but I have been involved in many of the meetings and discussions on the working group. While not an active participant on the working group itself, I was involved in a lot of the meetings and discussions regarding their work, but also have been involved for the last quite a few years in the legislative initiatives by the Minnesota Chiefs Association, and probably will continue to do that in the future. So with that, Mayor and Council, I will stand for questions or comments regarding the information I just brought forward.
Thank you, Chief. It's a lot there, and I see a number of council members. So let's go with Councilmember Carter, Councilmember Coulter, and Councilmember Martin. Councilmember Carter.
Thank you, Mayor, and thank you, Chief Potts, for providing this overview. It was really helpful in my, I read the letter and I've gotten a couple updates from you. And so I really appreciate doing that side-by-side analysis with the recommendations that have come out from that task force and the kind of the local relevancy there. And so, I think to your point that you made earlier, I can't speak for other council members, but I know I myself have gotten a significant amount of questions related to policing policy, policing issues in Bloomington, and rightfully so, a high priority for our community, and lots of things swirling in terms of ideas of what we should and shouldn't do. And quite frankly, for me, I want to make sure that I have all of the necessary information and data in front of, at least in front of me, before I would feel comfortable moving forward with any kind of really robust ideas or solutions. Like you said, we've got a lot that's happening that's really great, and I really commend you and your leadership, especially over the last couple of years in making these changes. But I would like to get our policing data broken down by race and ethnicity, to really do a deep dive into that, and then set some goals for ourselves to eliminate those inequities that we see. In addition, I've been asking for full access to our policing policies and procedures and code of conduct, and I've seen the use of force, but I haven't seen the others. But I understand that staff is working on that. So for me, that analysis and that transparency in our data and our policing policies and procedures would really help, me as a council member, but I also think community members to identify gaps and opportunities, set goals, not only as a police department, but as a council and a community, and then look for, solutions for how to achieve those goals. And then the other thing that I would like to say is one immediate, and I'll call it a reform because technically, a reform is to make something better, changes in order to make something better. I would like to adopt a public-facing data dashboard with those goals, and then also have our code of conduct and policies and procedures posted publicly online and very easily accessible to the community. So that I will stop. That would be my request, is just kind of a deeper dive into the data and these conversations, possibly a study session that is its own conversation, where we can have a little bit of more back and forth and have the dedicated time and space, where the community can watch us have these conversations. Because again, I do think that we have so much great work happening in Bloomington. I think we have phenomenal efforts underway, but I also don't want to, and I appreciate your honesty and candor too, Chief Potts. I don't want to assume that everything is okay. And so I appreciate your transparency and your willingness to do this work moving forward. And I look forward to the community conversations and seeing next steps out of this.
Chief Potts, any response?
Yes, Mayor and Councilmember Carter, I want to thank you for those comments and apologize as I forgot the back page of my notes, which had my next steps, and I had fully intended to mention these things before you were asking questions, and maybe this would have helped provide you with a little bit more comfort on at least a few of the things that you brought up. So in the materials that were sent out, I did mention that we were committed to doing some what we're calling listening sessions throughout the community to hear more specifically from our community. I think the initial plans were to have a series of these and hopefully in person. Now, COVID-19 makes it a little bit more challenging, but we are still planning to move forward in the near future with listening sessions so that we can really hear directly from the community members about some of their concerns. And again, trying to do that either in person or if not in person in an environment just like this. You mentioned data collection. This is a high priority for us that we're working on. I've been having conversations with our racial equity coordinator, Faith Jackson, and she has some ideas for how to do this. We're trying to figure out exactly how we can collect the data, specifically what data we should be collecting. We intend to build a dashboard that would be on our police website or a police page within the city website that captures that data, that maybe the very data that you're kind of thinking we should be collecting, and put it in a very transparent dashboard on our PD webpage so that anybody in the community can see on a daily basis probably the categories that you're thinking as well as others. We are currently in the works of putting our policy manual on our website so that the community can see that. I had a meeting today to get an update on that project, and we're working with our IT and communications on building the portal. That should be ready very soon. They've already begun the work. It's not quite done yet. This manual is probably 400 plus pages, and we have to figure out how to put it out there in a way that the community can easily access it. And so it's just not, a 400-page PDF that's very cumbersome for people to access and look through, but build a very user-friendly portal for people to be able to see that. We're also, as of last week, began the work on putting our complaint process online. I'm happy to report that today is live on the city's police website, on the PD page of the city's website. So for folks who want to file a complaint of officer misconduct or a complaint about something within the organization, that can be done all electronically. Prior to having it on our website, we would receive a phone call and then we could email the form back and forth. We now made it even more easy for people to report that. So that is now live on our website as of this afternoon. And then the last thing I just want to mention that is in response to your comments is that we do plan, or I guess I had planned tonight to ask if the council would be interested in an additional session to dive deeper into, for example, our use of force policy, and where we could have expert members of the Bloomington Police Department prepared to give a presentation and answer questions specifically about our use of force policy. We could be prepared to do that in the near future if you, as a council, would like to do that. Thank you, Mayor. Those truly are the final remarks of my presentation. I just had forgotten to flip the page there at the end.
Nice save. Councilmember Carter, a follow-up?
Yeah, I really appreciate the clarity on those next steps. And in addition to the use of force, I would like to talk more about the social worker model and the needs there, and what kind of, if there are additional needs to have that type of staff, more staff like that, what does it look like moving forward for us? And how do we really make sure that we're meeting community needs? And be willing to do things a little differently. So I just really appreciate the clarity on the next steps, and I will be done for now. So thank you.
Councilmember Coulter.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. So I have a rather long list of questions here and some policy issues that I want to bring up. So I think just to make things easier on you, Chief, what I'll do is ask like 3 or 4 questions, and then another group of 3 or 4 questions. And then I know a lot of other folks have a lot of other questions too. So I can, at that point, I'll yield the floor and I can come back and talk about the issues that I want to bring up. So these are not in any particular order, but one thing we have heard a fair amount of discussion about at the legislature is warrior style training. And from what I know about it, it's very concerning to me. So I'd like to know what policies surround that, if any, and what if our officers are undergoing that training. And then you mentioned the community engagement work that officers have done, and I'm wondering if there's been any consideration to any kind of sort of specific tracking of that time, other than sort of a generic, we expect officers to do this kind of thing. And then I had a specific question on when in the use of force policy, where it refers to de-escalation, there's a phrase, it says when time and circumstances reasonably permit. And I'm wondering if you could explain what that means in greater detail, because to be frank, that seems like kind of squishy language. And I think when we're dealing with something like this, we maybe want something a little firmer than that. So I'll let you answer those questions, and I've got a few more.
Chief Potts.
Mayor and Councilmember Coulter, warrior training, something that I have heard about during these discussions at the legislature. Honestly, I'm not specifically aware of the warrior training that I think was referred to by at least a few of the legislators, but I think the concept of it is, and it may be training that is not currently being provided in the same way it was a few years ago. But I think that the subject that was very controversial was this idea that we were trying to teach police officers to be warriors in the community, and that every situation that they came into would be dealt with with that mentality, that they were really there to use force in probably a way that the community didn't think was appropriate. And I don't think, at least I'll speak for here in the Bloomington Police Department, that I think our training platform and the training that we send officers to is probably more guardian oriented, guardian of the community, and trying to reinforce concepts of de-escalation and how we appropriately respond to situations, and ensure that only the appropriate force, if any force at all, is used. Now, the warrior training that I am slightly familiar with was in response to some incidents across the country where there were active shooter situations or terrorism acts, and officers being equipped, at least mentally, to be able to go deal with those situations. Now, you asked in the question number 3, under our policy for de-escalation, when time permits, I would say that unfortunately, and I don't even want to say this, but unfortunately, there have been far too many cases where there were mass shootings or active shooters in workplaces, in schools, in shopping centers. Fortunately, not here. Is what I was going to say. And in that type of a situation, Councilmember Coulter, frankly, the de-escalation tactics that we teach in an encounter with a member of the community who may be having a mental health issue or something like that, our officers are trained in those scenarios that they have to go in and neutralize the threat very quickly. And we don't want them, and quite frankly, the community doesn't expect them or want them to stop and on the outside and try to negotiate something while people on the inside of the building are being shot and possibly killed. And so in this time that we're living in and in our not too distant past, unfortunately, mass shootings, active shooters in schools and businesses were happening very frequently. And we had to make sure that our officers were mentally prepared to do what they had to do in those scenarios, because it's very different than other kinds of scenarios. And I think sometimes that training got maybe misunderstood or taken out of context, because we definitely need our officers to be able to deal with those situations quickly and swiftly, because every second they wait could result in more people being killed. And so the second one, community engagement, I think I've kind of covered number 1 and 3 there. Number 2, community engagement, so we do track that. We have a CAD system, rather robust CAD system. We track it under the category of community engagement. And so that's primarily tracking those programmed events like Coffee with the Cop, National Night Out, Safe Summer Nights, Shop with the Cop, all those programs that our crime prevention coordinator and our community liaison plan and schedule. We have a CAD entry for all of those and for all the officers that participate. And so we know who was there. We can give them credit in their annual evaluation. We also track in the CAD system specific directed patrols at locations in town. Now, last year that we had about 1,200 or 1,300 directed patrols, and a directed patrol could be stopping and talking to a business owner. It could be stopping in a park and talking to kids. What we're actually trying to do is figure out a little better way to capture that information in a CAD system so that I could produce a weekly report and put it on a dashboard to show our community how many. It's just that the number of options that we have available to us right now, there's really only a couple, and we're trying to fit a lot of things into those categories. So we are capturing that time. We are looking at it when it comes to evaluations and how we hold our people accountable. But I still think there's a better way we can do that and even be a little bit more clear in our data collection on community engagement efforts.
Thank you. And thank you for that important answer on the de-escalation policy. I still think, if for no other reason than community clarity, that could probably be spelled out a little more clearly, that, you know, when you're saying that time and circumstances do not reasonably permit, it's only in those very extreme circumstances that kind of thing needs to come into play. So thank you for that. Just a few more quick questions here. And this next one, I got an email actually from a college friend who now lives in Bloomington. And I think this was in response to some of the events that we saw in Minneapolis. But I did not see anywhere in the use of force policy regarding the use of chemical agents and impact weapons. What is the policy on how those orders are given, on when and how those particular weapons are used? And then I had 2 more quick questions here. And this second one gets to something that I have raised before, and that's this concept of proactive accountability. And so I'm wondering if you could sort of give an update on the early intervention program, kind of the results that you've seen, sort of both here in Bloomington and you know, in your other experience, sort of statewide, and kind of what you think the results of that are. And then I have one last question, and this just came from something today, and I know you were CC'd on the email, so I presume you've seen it. But the entire council and other folks received an email from the president of the Bloomington Federation of Police. advocating specifically to not ban chokeholds or vascular neck restraints. And I raise that because, to be frank, that's a little concerning to me that, the Bloomington Federation of Police has a job. They are there to support the officers and advocate for their interests. I think it's a little bit inappropriate for the FOP to be advocating for specific policy initiatives or policy responses that way unless directed to do so by you. I think of it sort of as a chain of command where the council interacts with you, and if you feel it's better for other folks in your department to answer questions or respond to things, I think that's the better way to go about it. So I just wanted to express that concern. I think we've all heard some sort of troubling reports regarding the Minneapolis police union, and I would hate to think we would end up in a situation like that. So I got a little bit rambly there, but to sort of re-articulate the questions that I had, they were about the policy on giving orders for use of chemical agents and impact weapons, update on an early intervention program, and then I guess that last one was really more of a comment than a question.
Okay. Mayor.
Chief Potts?
Sure, Mayor and Council Member Coulter. I'll start with the chemical munitions. I assume you may, and maybe I shouldn't assume this, but I'm going to answer it as if you were talking about chemical munitions in say a crowd control situation. So that decision is one that's very carefully made by either the on-scene commander, and that could be a commander, a deputy chief, or even myself. And it's very dependent on the situation. I can tell you that that decision is not made very frequently here in Bloomington. However, it is made very carefully with all sorts of information being taken into account by the on-scene commander. And again, on a large-scale situation here in Bloomington, that would typically either be a commander, but also very likely the deputy chief. And in many cases here in Bloomington, in our larger protest situations, I have been on the scene of those incidents myself. And so, again, the decision to use those is made carefully, a number of different factors. And typically it's when there is large spread non-compliance, possibly damage to property, or even a dangerous situation that, in the opinion of the on-scene commander, it has evolved from a peaceful situation to something that public safety is at risk. And that usually guides that decision, is when people are in danger and that we need and feel like those chemical munitions are one way that we can kind of bring the situation back under some level of control so that people are no longer in danger. And so I hope that gives you enough on the chemical munitions question. Early intervention, that's a good question. I'm glad you asked that because I was hoping to go into a little bit more detail. So there's a couple of things there. Early intervention here, we last year began using a piece of software called Guardian Tracker. And so we're tracking our officers in a number of different ways. For example, if an officer starts to use an inordinately high amount of sick time, that should be a red flag. Now, with 124 officers, sometimes that is not as obvious as you might think. We also track their attendance. We track their training. We track the complaints that they receive on Guardian Tracker. And so that is a new piece of software that we're tracking a number of different data points that over time will hopefully kind of illuminate if we have an officer who's starting to have some problems that we need to try to address proactively. But probably the bigger and more important program that we're launching right now is our officer wellness program in the area of mental health checkups. Now, in the working group recommendations, it recommends that you have your officers go to a mental health check-in every 3 years. Now, many departments across the state have never done that. And until the last couple of months here in Bloomington, we didn't have a policy that required that either. But we just recently implemented a policy that all of our officers will be required to go see a psychologist on an annual basis for what we call a mental health checkup from the neck up. So it's a new part of our wellness policy that obviously includes the psychological wellness side. Officers have been for a number of years required to participate in a physical fitness or physical wellness program, including an annual assessment. But now there's a psychological wellness component to that policy as well. And I'm excited about that because I think we have to have healthy officers for them to go out and do good work, right? Mental health is a significant, in fact, so significant over time in a police career that if you don't get that mental health checkup, the baggage that officers carry around compounds, and it becomes even more difficult for them to do their work. And so this is a new and exciting program for us. I'm very excited to get this thing off the ground and have our officers start having those checkups. And we just signed the contract, and we're hoping to have those meetings here hopefully start sometime in the month of July. The last thing you mentioned was the neck restraint email that you received from the Bloomington Police Federation president. And again, I think you just were making comments. I don't know if you want me to respond to them. I believe the gist of the information was encouraging the council to, as you contemplate potential decisions regarding the use of the neck restraint, that you do so with at least some information about what it is and maybe what it's not, and that being an important part of the discussion. Now, I will say that the situation that occurred in Minneapolis in the death of Mr. George Floyd, that technique the officer in Minneapolis used is not something that we train here. That's not something that I'm aware of any police department that trains. It's a Bush League tactic that shouldn't have been used. And it's definitely not a neck restraint as we would define that here in the Bloomington Police Department. And I don't know that there's any department out in the state of Minnesota or across the country that would endorse what that officer did. As for the actions of the officer that sent the email, they definitely weren't something that I directed. However, I think his attempt was to perhaps educate the council on some of the various elements of the neck restraint program here. It is also, as I mentioned in my comments to Council Member Carter, why I think it would be important to have a special or a study session, an opportunity for us to come and explain the use of force policy in detail. Could get into even more detail about the program that we utilize here. Again, not what happened in Minneapolis. That I'm not even sure what to call that. It's certainly not a neck restraint that we would recognize here. We don't allow chokeholds. Chokeholds are, I should say, the only time an officer could use anything that would be referred to as a chokehold was if there was a deadly force situation. And it might be the only option the officer has to save his or her life or the life of someone else. But that certainly wasn't the case in Minneapolis. And for all practical purposes, we don't allow chokeholds here at the Bloomington Police Department. So I think, again, that was the reason for me encouraging the council to consider a further session or a session at a study, further information at a study session in the future regarding our policy on use of force.
Thank you, Chief. And I guess my purpose in bringing up that letter, I certainly understood the point behind it, but like I said, it seems to me that information should come from you or someone you deputize rather than it just, to me, it felt as though there was, well, I don't want to speak to motive, so I won't say what it felt like, but it just did not seem to me to be the appropriate way to communicate that information. So like I said, I have some policy issues that I want to bring up, and I have already taken up a lot of time, so I'll let other folks ask questions and I can come back.
Thank you, Councilmember Coulter. Councilmember Martin.
Thank you very much. I guess I'll kind of take kind of a similar structure here to Councilmember Coulter. First off, thank you and your staff. We have thrown a boatload of questions your way, and the thorough response you provided was really helpful, kind of getting my head around it. Especially kind of the work of the Multicultural Advisory Committee, the training that you've spoken to tonight. And I thought it was pretty neat that our procedural justice trainings were developed by our community liaison. So thanks to her. That's great to see this kind of in-house. Yeah, and just generally speaking, the willingness to be engaged in continual improvement. We're doing this with every department in the city, and especially the one that kind of underpins community safety, I think. Always moving forward and being reflective to community needs. So in terms of the questions, first, just in the area of officer accountability, so I kind of understand the structure a little bit better. So I understand there's the non-discipline performance matter process, and in the response you had provided, you had said there's a written record of, say, a referral for training that's kept for a year. So do we have any way of knowing how many times an officer has received one of those non-discipline performance matter referrals past the 1 year?
I'm sorry.
Chief Potts, go ahead.
Mayor, Councilmember Martin, the non-disciplinary, what we'll call coaching session, documented coaching session that you referred to, that we call a performance matter, is for something like they were late to work a few minutes. They, what we'll call very low level violations of, like I said, late to work, processing of a call that might not be exactly how the policy is. Now, there's not a lot of latitude there, but we'll call those minor, low-level infractions or policy violations. Again, the most common one on an annual basis is if someone is late to work. Those get documented and put into an employee file for a period of 1 year. If they reoffend within that 1 year, that could turn into a formal complaint. They are all dealt with kind of on a case by case. So for example, if someone was late to work by just a few minutes twice in 1 year, it's probably not going to result in formal discipline. But if it happened a third time, it's probably going to rise to the level of entering into our formal disciplinary format, which then becomes a permanent record in their personnel file. And so typically after that 1 year period of time, the documentation of that coaching session or that performance matter is taken out of their file, but only after they are given an annual evaluation. And so the conduct that's referenced in the performance matter or the coaching session is taken into account during that annual evaluation session. And so that's how we can account for repeated violations that might be 1 or 2 years apart, is that it's clarified in the annual evaluation that the officer receives.
Gotcha. That's helpful. And kind of to the other side of things then, so that material you'd provided noted that more serious matters that are considered sustained complaints receive oral or written reprimand, suspension, potentially termination. I guess what is considered a sustained complaint, and who determines if a complaint is sustained?
So a complaint is sustained if it is considered a formal complaint. So something that's not that coaching session level of an infraction. That then is investigated by our commander of professional standards very thoroughly. We have a policy that governs that process. Statements are taken from the officer. Our complaint process here in Bloomington is, for the most part, I'll say 80 to 90% of the internal investigations that we do on an annual basis are internally generated. That means that our supervisors or the commanders become aware of an incident or conduct, and they rise it to a conversation with our commander of professional standards, and they decide that this is definitely above and beyond our coaching kind of performance matter realm. And so then it's investigated by the commander of investigations. If it's if the investigation proves that the conduct occurred, then the options for discipline are an oral reprimand, a written reprimand, a suspension, a demotion if it's a promoted person, or a termination. If those are the findings, then that discipline is documented and put into the officer's employee file permanently. And so the commander of professional standards conducts that investigation. He forwards his report to me, recommending either it be they're sustained or not sustained, and then I assess that case and administer the discipline.
Okay, thank you. And if I can throw kind of one more quick question, then just kind of a general discussion item out there. So I appreciate the breakdown that you gave on the Multicultural Advisory Committee, and you had mentioned kind of they're a way to aggregate thoughts in the community. I've heard from some residents that, for whatever reason, are uncomfortable necessarily tying their name to criticism or an issue that they've seen with policy or interaction with officers. Do we have a formal way for folks to be able to express some of that to the department or to the city without necessarily tying their name to it? I'm also kind of wondering if our upcoming listening sessions, if that will be an avenue for people that might not want to be on camera on WebEx or things like that.
You know, sir.
Chief, go ahead, please.
Mayor, Councilmember Martin, that first couple sentences there were breaking up, at least on my end. Can you repeat the first part of the question?
Oh, sure. No, just that I appreciated kind of the work of the Multicultural Advisory Committee aggregating kind of thoughts in the community and serving as a conduit. But just for folks that maybe aren't comfortable having their name tied to a complaint or an issue that they're raising, how would they go about submitting that?
Okay.
Please.
Mayor, Councilmember Martin, so if it's a complaint specifically about an officer, that we can take that and process it. If we're going to actually take statements from the officer, we have to have an actual complaint that's required in the Police Officer's Bill of Rights. But if it's a complaint about a process or a way, you know, that our department is handling certain situations, we can receive those complaints and or that feedback anonymously. We have a suggestion box internally, and I presume we can have a suggestion box that we receive externally to process those types of that type of information. Our MAC committee, they are when they're brought on to the committee, Caitlin does a good job of kind of explaining what we believe are some fair expectations, that they are kind of a way for us to communicate information to some portions of our community that we struggle with, sometimes because of language barriers and a variety of other reasons. But also we want to be receivers of information from them. And they don't always have to attach names to it. If they want it to be anonymous through our community liaison, Caitlin Goki, we can receive that information anonymously, and we'll process it just the same.
And finally, Mayor and Chief, just very briefly, I don't want to monopolize the time. So I know, as we've all seen kind of through general reporting, and I appreciate the clarification that Chief and representatives from the department provided versus kind of what we saw in Minneapolis versus the vascular neck restraints that Bloomington has moved forward with. To the point that was raised earlier about a study session on this, to be able to dive in a little more depth, it just seems like Bloomington's one of the last departments in the state that are utilizing this in a formal way. And as I'm sure we've all seen in reporting, other departments have expressed concern with it just due to the risk of injury. I think the communication we received from the Police Federation today noted that almost as many officers as suspects are getting injured when they're applying this. So I would just be curious to learn a little bit more about if this is absolutely necessary. Because I would be interested in moving away from it if possible. So if that could be included in that study session in the future as well, that'd be great.
Absolutely.
Thank you.
Good. Thank you, Councilmember Martin. Councilmembers, other questions? Councilmember Carter, before you jump back in, I do have a couple of questions for the Chief, if I could, if I can get in ahead of you, Councilmember Carter. Chief, a little higher level type questions, specifically about two programs or two things in particular. First of all, the 1033 program, which is a federal program that basically funnels used military equipment down to local police departments, and in the form of weapons, body armor, armored vehicles, and so on. And my concern, and many other people's concerns, are that if a police department looks like a military unit, they're more likely to act like a military unit rather than a local police department. So my question to you is, what is Bloomington's history with the 1033 program, and if we're still involved in it at all?
Mayor, the 1033 program has been around for a long time, and there has been, as you mentioned, concern about local law enforcement becoming overly militarized, and so I can speak to the last 10 or 12 years in my role, in my capacity here at the department, that while we still have an agreement with them, we don't accept weapons, we don't accept vehicles. The items and pieces of equipment that were commonly referred to as being overly militaristic, those aren't the types of items or equipment that we have utilized that program for. There are some pieces of equipment that we have received from them. For example, some jackets and other equipment that our honor guard and some of our officers have used. But frankly, the weapon systems and large vehicles that were referred to or referenced in those news stories are not, actually, they're not items that I don't think we've ever received from the 1033 program. However, there are some things that we have received that actually are just a bit of a kind of a cost savings for us because they replaced some equipment that we were using that were becoming obsolete or turned in by the military. But again, not weapons, not the vehicles, not the things that you would ordinarily think about when you think about a military, a militaristic looking operation.
Good, thank you, Chief. Councilmember Carter, and then Councilmember Nelson.
Mine was just quick. I'm wondering, so I'm wondering the timeline. I'm thinking I would like to see more urgency around this conversation happening. And so, could we do a special study session still, yet in the next month? I guess that'd probably be a question for you, City Manager.
Mr. Verbrugge.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor and council members. Councilmember Carter, we do have an open date on Monday, July 13th, and I believe that would be an appropriate time to have some more in-depth conversation as well. And that would, be any continuation coming from this conversation, but I think also to allow us to talk about what our direction is for our work with the community, the racial equity work that we're doing inside the organization, and also through our community outreach and engagement, because I think the council members are correct that this is an issue that requires some urgency, and we're prepared to do that. If council is inclined to do that at the end of the meeting, it would be appropriate to give staff direction to schedule a meeting for the 13th.
Councilmember Nelson.
Yeah, thank you, Mayor, and thank you, Chief Potts, for your time this evening and for the work you've been doing for many years in the community. It's very much appreciated that you've been a leader on a lot of these issues and are continuing to lead on it. So I have a couple of questions. In terms of the hiring practice, what type of background is necessary for someone to come into the police force? Do they need any type of formal degree, whether it be a certificate, an associate degree, a bachelor's degree? And what are we looking for? If it's not required, is there a hope that we would have one of those type of degree, or can somebody enter this through without any prior education in this field?
Chief Potts.
Mayor, Councilmember Nelson, the minimum requirement is a 2-year college degree in law and a completion of a criminal justice program. And so typically that is kind of on the minimum end, a person with a 2-year degree from Normandale or North Hennepin, they complete that program. The post board is really who governs what that pre-service educational requirement is. And then they have to go to what we call a law enforcement skills program. That is somewhere between 11 and a roughly 11-week program to teach kind of the hands-on skills. Then a cadet, or a candidate, I should say, would have to take the post-licensing exam. Once they successfully complete the academic requirement, the law enforcement skills course, and the post-exam, they're eligible to be licensed, and they only become licensed when they're hired at a law enforcement agency in the state of Minnesota. Now, I will say there is a new model that we worked with the post board to create, and that is that Pathway to Policing program. And so that the post board approved this, but what that allowed us to do was to kind of broaden the pool of candidates from just those who are going to school for law enforcement. We could open the application process up to anybody with a 2-year college degree from an accredited, regionally accredited university in any discipline. And so if a person came to us with a diploma from a college that was regionally accredited, we accepted it. We would then hire them, and we partner with other agencies to kind of build a cohort. This year it was 6 officers. In the past it was 13 to 15. And then we would then hire those as cadets, and we would send them to, in our case, Hennepin Technical College for a 22-week law enforcement program. And I was successful a few years back in getting a state appropriation to help pay for that, a $400,000 appropriation to help communities offset the cost of that 22-week program. And so that appropriation reimbursed us for 50% of the cost of that training. So it paid for 50% of the tuition and 50% of the wages for those cadets to go to school. And so for the last 3 years, we have been conducting a hiring process called the Pathway to Policing that allows us to broaden the pool of candidates. Again, this was a program developed to try to help us bring in more diversity and help our department come closer to matching the demographics of our community. And so there's really 2 ways to do it: the traditional process, and then this new Pathway to Policing program that I just mentioned that really just requires a 2-year degree in any discipline.
Sure. Thank you. It's good to hear that level of education is required. I also would be interested in that deeper dive into the use of force, and as part of that, taking a look into data. I know Mr. Gallagher provided some data on various non-lethal force options from a different city, but I'd be interested in seeing any data we have for Bloomington on the use of various techniques, what the outcomes were, and then not knowing the exact source of this data that was provided, any broader data that we have that helps us look at these and make sure that we're protecting the community and also keeping our officers safe. The other thing that I'd like to take a little bit deeper dive into, maybe not on its own, but the impact of the embedded social worker program with our partnership with the county. You said you had some additional data on that, and when it's possible, I would like to see more of that, because I think that mental health issue is something that's a significant issue. Obviously a very difficult challenge for our police officers to be able to handle those situations. And so I'm very happy to hear that you've been able to equip them with additional training tools and things to make those encounters. I think actually one of our public commenters today mentioned that a very high rate of fatalities and police resident interactions come from people with disabilities, mental health issues. And so I'd love to see how that program's working, and if there are opportunities for us as a community to expand the use of mental health professionals to assist our officers. That'd be something I'd be interested in.
Chief, any response other than yes, we'll add it to the list on July 13th?
I think that about sums it up, Mayor.
Good enough. I thought so. Councilmember Coulter.
Well, thank you, Mr. Mayor. As I mentioned, I wanted to come back and bring up some policy issues, but I did just want to make sure there wasn't anyone else who wanted to ask questions. I know we've had a lot of them already. Not seeing anyone jump forward, so I'll go ahead and bring up the things that I wanted to bring up. And to begin with, Chief, I do also want to thank you for your leadership on a lot of these issues. I've been telling a lot of folks who have contacted me that we are fortunate that you are a leader on these issues, and I truly believe that is the case. So a couple of the policy issues, and I do think, frankly, an entire study session dedicated to this is probably needed, just given the urgency and sort of collective consciousness around this within the community. I do think we need to look very strongly at prohibiting chokeholds and vascular neck restraints. I think, the court order initiated by the State Department of Human Rights that is now in force in the city of Minneapolis prohibits them entirely. And I read in the MinPost article that, essentially the chief of police in New Ulm was like, yeah, we haven't used those for years. And I've got to think if Minneapolis and New Ulm can get by without them, there's got to be a space for Bloomington to do that too. Couple of other things that I wanted to bring up as well. Just another idea that someone has raised for this dashboard, Chief, that I kind of wanted to put on your radar is maybe some kind of tracking document that could track the progress that the police department is making on the working group recommendations, just as kind of an easy way to sort of follow along with that. You mentioned in an email that a duty to intervene is written within policies, and I didn't see that in the use of force policy. But I think it would probably be helpful to sort of have that additional reinforcement there. And the last thing, I mentioned this idea of proactive accountability earlier, and I recognize this is a big can of worms and is a big conversation, but I'd like to at the very least explore the possibility of personal liability insurance, that is, for police officers. There are plenty of examples in the professional world. We think of doctors who have to carry liability insurance, and as public officials, we're held personally liable if we violate open meeting law, that sort of thing. So I think it's something worth discussing, just in terms of ways that we can think about being proactive and in terms of holding people accountable, because I think so much of this conversation becomes, how do we respond to things? And very often being reactive helps no one. So I wanted to bring that up. And I guess sort of my final comment is, as I over the last few weeks and months, as I've learned more about a lot of this, and I've been doing a lot of reading, what it comes down to for me is just that we ask police officers to do so much. We ask them to be law enforcement officials. We ask them to be mental health professionals, marriage and family counselors, substance abuse counselors, and that I'm not sure that's what the job should be. If the job is to enforce the law, it should be to enforce the law. And so I want us to, you talked about the embedded social worker and the potential co-responder model. And I want us to have a fuller conversation about what we ask police officers to do and what are we asking them to solve. And the final point that I would make is we've all heard from a lot of folks who have mentioned that there are broader community issues at stake, that there are health inequities, there are educational achievement inequities, and so on. And I wonder, and I just sort of want to put this out there, if it might be helpful for us at some point to, I know WebEx makes it challenging, but we haven't in a long time had a joint meeting with the school board. And I wonder if it might be helpful at some point to consider having a meeting where we can discuss a broader community response to a lot of the issues that have been raised over the last few weeks. Because I think that's what gets really at the heart of these issues is what are we doing to address these inequities and make Bloomington better. So I've talked a lot tonight on this, but that's really all I had to say on that.
Thank you, Councilmember Coulter. Councilmember Lohman.
Thank you, Mayor. I wanted to start off by thanking the Bloomington Police Department for their service to our community, and more importantly, their role of equal enforcement of the ordinance and laws to our respective citizens and those who visit our community. I want to thank the Bloomington Police Department for answering or currently being in the process of answering those questions that residents have raised with me personally to each one of those responses. So just want to thank that piece there. Chief Potts and Mayor, I think you were a little bit, you didn't quite go all the way back on the record, but for the last 8 years, actually, if you include the statistical shift, we've had about a 90% approval rating in our national survey results. So the police department certainly enjoys a considerable considerable support from the community broadly. One question that I did have, you had mentioned in your presentation, just in terms of collecting some of that data. When I looked at the national survey, I did see some discrepancies with that in terms of how folks from different demographics within the city have their perceptions with our Bloomington department. The one that I saw or pulled up, there's about a 8% difference in terms of how this group with the majority group saw the policing and their satisfaction, whether it being excellent or good. And so I'm not sure if the chief, if you've looked into that, not necessarily looking for an answer for that right now, but certainly still a very high statistical number. Chief Potts, we are a hospitality city, and the perception and the reality of interactions that each of our peace officers have with the public could have a significant reputational risk and impact. How do we ensure that when other officers work with our department in a mutual aid situation, either within our community or externally from Bloomington, that we ensure that that reputation is being protected?
Chief Potts?
Mayor and Councilmember Lohman, first off, thank you for your comments, particularly those comments of gratitude for the work that the police department's doing during what are some pretty challenging times for everyone. So I just want to first start by saying that. If we're to the specific question about how do we ensure that our standards here in the city are kept high if other officers are called in for mutual aid, or the flip side where we're requested outside of the city and maybe working at the direction of another agency. So there's a couple of things that we do in probably the most likely scenario for a mutual aid scenario is that we would go to a surrounding city, a bordering city. And so we try to train similarly with other agencies. So we kind of have our train collaboratively, I should say, with other cities. And so our officers have an idea of the level of proficiency in those surrounding suburbs because we train with them periodically. But probably the most important thing is that whenever we send an officer or a group of officers to assist another agency, we send them with a supervisor. And so that supervisor can really pay close attention to what is being asked of our officers and not put the officers in a very kind of precarious situation where they're perhaps being overseen and supervised by other departments. And so most recently, when we were requested to nearby agencies, we try to send officers in a small group with a supervisor so that officer's supervisor can look out for the actions of the officers and make sure that they're not being asked to do some things that we wouldn't do, quite frankly. And then the flip side of that is true as well, that when we request officers into our city from other departments, that our supervisors are going to be paying very close attention to the actions of those officers that are coming in to help. And frankly, that doesn't happen very often. My memory of that occurring is really rare, and perhaps a large-scale incident, perhaps something that at the Mall of America where we requested some assistance. But then again, we had a large contingent of supervision and command level staff there to pay close attention to that. But also, I'll go back to my initial the comments I made initially, that we do try and train with our neighboring cities quite a bit, so we have a pretty good feel and idea of what their how their officers perform and their abilities. So that the first time we work with them, hopefully is not the first time we call them for help, that we've already got a relationship. And we do have the South Metro Training Center that we co-own with Edina, Eden Prairie, and the airport. Those are partners that we work with a lot. And the fact that we co-own that training center gives us the opportunity to train with them a lot. Also, our tactical teams train almost all the time, are training with other agencies. And so they have a pretty good idea of those capabilities of the officers from those departments. And so I guess I kind of a long-winded answer, but trying to work with them and train with them is important. Making sure we have appropriate supervision and command level personnel on scene is important. And all of those things kind of add up to us trying to ensure that we're going to meet the expectations of our community.
Thank you, Chief. And I imagine that's an ongoing process, and you're constantly looking to improve that process and continuing to evolve with that process. And want to thank you that you were able to ask. I've got a couple other questions here. Actually, I've got several different questions here. I'm not necessarily looking for an answer now on these questions, but want to just kind of throw those out there, if we were to have a future study session. I'd be very interested to know how we compare with core urban cities in the Twin Cities like Minneapolis and St. Paul, and some of our other peer cities when it comes to some of those 28 or 15, let's say, policing recommendations that are out there, and how we stack up in terms of some of those statistics, in terms of the disparities between the different classifications and demographics that are out there. So that'd be something I'd be interested to look at and kind of observe to see, where we have opportunities to improve the equal distribution of enforcement across our city. You had mentioned in your presentation that there's a considerable demographic change that's taking place in the city, and we know that that's typically with our school age area. What I wanted to have you do, I know I've had an opportunity to give presentations internationally about what our police department does. I wanted to have you just tell us a little bit more about what some of the things that we're doing with our public schools beyond what you mentioned in the presentation today.
Mayor, Councilman, you're referring to the work we do in the liaison program, or more specifically youth program?
Yeah, your youth program. You could talk about them both if you wanted to. I just want to, because I think that that's an important, we're talking about how we are making changes from a demographic standpoint with our police force in order to try to match the demographics that are coming forward. But I think it's also important, those relationships that we're building with those folks who are growing up in our community, in a sense that they are also a recruiting place. And I wanted you just to talk a little bit about some of those programs that you've had. I think one I can think of off the top of my head is when we had officers going and having real discussions about the experiences that the school age people have had with officers in the city. I can't remember what the name of that program was called, but that's a program that you guys have been doing to have dialogue as part of your engagement process. So I just think that's important for us to talk a little bit about some of those things that are being done.
Chief?
Sure. Mayor, Councilmember Lohman, real quick, the youth programs that you were referring to, I think is the Voices Heard program, where we connected a police officer with an individual student We did this in a group setting. We actually partnered with the Richfield students, Bloomington Kennedy students, Bloomington Jefferson students, and we went through a 5-week program where the officers would meet with the students every week, and they would really they'd get to know each other. Obviously, this time that they spent together was important as they tried to build a relationship with the students, and the students build a relationship with the officers. But it was very focused on students of color and officers within the Bloomington Police Department developing a relationship with those students. And I went to all of the graduations for those programs. And the one thing that moved me the most when I heard about how the students reacted to this program was at one of the graduation sessions, a question was asked, how long, the student had made the comment that I now see a police officer different, and I believe the police officer sees me differently as a result of this program. And that's all for the good. It's I see the officer as a person. I see this officer as a mom, a sister, a human being, and I feel like the officer truly sees me in a different light as well. And so the question was asked: how long did it take for you to change your perception of a police officer? And the student said, well, the first night we sat down and I talked to the officer, and we just got to know each other for about 15 minutes. And I'll tell you that after 15 minutes, I saw the police officer completely different than I did before this program. And it's built on a much stronger relationship over the past 5 weeks. But really that initial conversation where we just sat and talked for 15 minutes really changed my opinion of police officers. And what that told me is that these community engagement events where we just have police officers go and talk to people in a non-enforcement setting for 10 or 15 minutes, like at a coffee with a cop, and we've changed them now and included community engagement events at our more ethnic restaurants where we will get a chance to interact with our more diverse population, that 15-minute conversation happening on a regular basis can really start to change the perception that people might have in the police. And really, it's also very beneficial for the officers when they get a chance to talk to someone like that and just get to know them for 15 minutes. They walk away, I think, having a much better picture of really the people that are living in their community. And so it's so mutually beneficial. I just actually, as I'm sitting here right now, got a text from Caitlin that she indicated that they're starting to work on bringing that program back. It's only been a couple of years that we haven't done it because we replaced it with some other new programs, but she's very interested in doing that again. We're very committed to continuing our community engagement work in areas, as you say, where the demographics are changing. That hasn't always been really easy to do. Some of our community engagement events were taking place in places where there wasn't much diversity at all. So we've had to work really hard to bring those events to different locations where we can see a more diverse audience. I got an email here as I was sitting here tonight. I will say that, as you asked me, how do we compare to some other cities, that in the area of tracking community engagement, I want to be clear because apparently the comments I made were a little unclear that while we do track it, there's better ways and better, our CAD system isn't doing a very good job. And so we have to figure out kind of new ways to track those individual officer contacts with the community in a way that, we can demonstrate to the community how often we're doing it, but really try to look at the CAD information and figure out what are the real successful and productive community engagement opportunities, and then just keep replicating those on a more frequent basis. But the CAD system that we currently use to track it is a little bit clunky and cumbersome. So that's something that we're working on. But that's just one area where you might ask, how can we do it better in the future? And that is trying to really figure out how do we capture this data and maximize those encounters where we can really build relationships and positive relationships in the community, and then replicate those on a more frequent basis.
I have to say, Chief Potts, when I went to that event, I think it was at Kennedy High School, that was a powerful experience to just see that interaction taking place. Just a couple more questions here. So you had mentioned during your presentation earlier that we have a guardian style of enforcement as a foundation of the culture of the department. Please tell me what would happen if we were to remove that neck restraint choke hold from our policy. What would the impacts or implications of these changes regarding the goal of reducing the amount of use of deadly force within our community? And I'm not necessarily looking for an answer today. You know, if you don't want to take that on today, but that's something that I want to know what the impacts or implications of that would be if we were to remove that from our policy as it relates to the goal of reducing the amount of deadly force within our community.
Councilmember Lohman, did you want an answer tonight, or is this on the list of things for our upcoming study session?
This is a list. Yeah, this is a list of things that we can certainly cover later on.
Okay.
And let me wrap up here, Mayor, just with a couple of policy pieces here. I've had the chance to attend the MAC group several times over the last couple of years to see how that process works, and I think that is a fantastic program, and I hope we continue to work with that. And I'm in the process of trying to establish a liaison member with that team. I also would like to personally attend a Citizens Academy so that I can have a better understanding of some of these policies and processes by which that we follow. I think it is very important to have all of these discussions that we're going to have about this based on fact and clear measures of success. I am personally concerned that when we change these policies, that we need to be careful not to do more harm. I would like us to move with all deliberate speed, but the soundness of the policies that we create must stand the test of time for generations to come. And I do agree with Councilmember Coulter that it would be great to have a joint session with the school board regarding these issues, especially since the school age folks are, may be like Coulter and I and have the opportunity to serve in a leadership role. I think that that's important for us to have dialogue with those policymakers as well regarding these issues. Thank you.
Councilmember Beloga.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Chief, first of all, I want to thank you and actually every member of the command staff and member of the police force here in Bloomington. We're very proud of our community policing, and we do not resemble some of the examples that have been brought up tonight. We are not Minneapolis, nor do we resemble them, in my opinion, in any way, shape, or form. With respect to the letter from the Bloomington Police Federation, I think that was enlightening, informative, and those are the kinds of things that I think are necessary in order to formulate the correct policies. I'm also pleased to see that officers within the BPD feel comfortable in going outside of their chain of command to reach out to us and express their feelings and opinions on particular topics. In their case, I think that the interest is following the Minneapolis example, where immediately following what happened to the unbelievable incident with Mr. Floyd, that the council in Minneapolis, the majority spoke out and said that we should either A, disband the police department, or B, defund the police department. And that is kinds of statements, in my opinion, said more out of ignorance than out of value to the community. What I would look for out of the study session is information on what tools are necessary and appropriate to give to the Bloomington Police Department to meet our community's needs. I would expect those to be different than some of our surrounding communities because we have a different set of standards in Bloomington than many of our surrounding communities do. Also, I would like to understand what the cost and personnel implications are to enact some of the policies. Training takes money. It takes time. It takes, our sworn officers off the street. If we're talking 40 hours for our 124 officers, that is the equivalent of 3 full-time equivalents off the force a year in terms of training. So what is it? I expect that we're going to come with even additional training requirements and recommendations. And again, as you know, those are fund sensitive. Social workers, what is the cost in an ideal setting of that? How many would there be? What's the need for that to enhance and give, again, the right tools for us to respond to mental health and other kinds of situations that our police are required to do today on their own, using what they have as training, as policies, as backdrops for them. Lastly, I would say that our culture is superior, and culture will trump policy, in my view. Minneapolis did not have a policy to allow that officer to use the methods he did against Mr. Floyd, which resulted in his death. It's part of a cultural thing, in my estimation, as opposed to a policy. Policies are important, but it's how they're utilized that is ultimately the test of how well a department performs. So those are more just comments. I don't think there's anything specifically as a question, but Chief Potts, if you have any comments in response, would be happy to have them.
Chief Potts, anything?
Mayor and Councilmember Beloga, no, I will. I look forward to that opportunity to talk about some of those things in a study session. You mentioned the social worker. Well, you mentioned 2 things I think are worth just a real brief comment. As I mentioned in my comments, a social worker program, the embedded social worker, we're really just kind of starting to see the real benefits of that program. And after 1 year, we fully intend to do kind of a debrief on all of the work that, the things that we've seen over the first year, and try to come up with ways that we can improve upon the program with the current employee, the one social worker, but also look for at least have a discussion about what would that look like if we could expand on it. So I definitely will take you up on at least internally looking at that and talking about it and bringing some ideas forward. The second thing you mentioned is the culture. And I will just say that I benefit from that as much as anybody. I think I agree with you. Our organization has a long history of that type of culture, very positive, professional organization that cares deeply about the community that we serve. And I completely agree that for that reason, you wouldn't see the situation play out the way it did in Minneapolis, because the other officers that would be there at the scene would have stopped it. And so the credit goes to the officers for helping create that culture currently, and all the officers who came before us. And I'm a proud benefactor of that. And I guess I just look at it as my responsibility to try and continue that as long as I'm here. But I'm fortunate to have a lot of really, really good partners here at this organization that all believe in that same philosophy. And I'm just grateful to be a part of the organization. And I want to say thanks for your comments, your very complimentary comments here tonight.
Councilmember Carter, and then I do want to remind the council we've got a study session on the books for July 13th, where I think we're going to be talking about this. So I know that I've been watching Mr. Verbrugge writing furiously, trying to get the questions down and trying to frame up some of the future discussions. So maybe we could go to Councilmember Carter, but we do have a few more things still on the agenda, and there are, well, this has been an outstanding discussion on a very important topic. I think we're getting close to the point where we can move on and we can look forward to that July 13th meeting. But Councilmember Carter, please.
Thank you, Mayor. Yeah, it's no surprise that we had lots of questions, and I'm glad that other council members are on board with my proposal to have a specific study session. So thank you for that. I also just want to encourage council members to, I think we're hearing a lot from our community members, and I particularly have been reaching out to people of color that I know in Bloomington, and I really want to emphasize the fact that not all people have the same experience in our community. Not all people have the same experience with Bloomington Police. And I have a lot of, I grew up in the military, so I am like trained to just really admire and respect law enforcement. Like that is what was ingrained in me growing up. And so I do have a lot of respect and admiration for all that you're willing to do every single day for our communities. And at the same time, we have to hold the reality that we cannot make assumptions about people and their lived experiences in Bloomington. And we have to be willing to keep an open and curious mindset in terms of thinking about how maybe things are going to look a little different in the future. I guess I just wanted to end with that. And I think that's for me why it's really important to see data and to hear from the community, because, I try really hard not to make those assumptions. And so I really appreciate being able to have more time and space to dig into these things. So I will end there and not take up any more time. Thank you.
Very good. Thank you. Chief Potts, thanks much for your time with us this evening. Thank you for the presentation to kick us all off. Thank you for answering the questions that you did and engaging in the discussion, which I think has been very helpful and very useful. And thank you for your willingness and commitment to continue this discussion, because I think we're not at an end point yet. We're working through this issue as a community and as a council, and as you are as a police department. And so I appreciate your willingness to do so and to be here with us tonight. So thank you much.
Thanks, Mayor. It's my pleasure, and certainly look forward to additional conversation in the future.
Very good. Thank you much. With that, I will call item 9.2, which is an item to set our solid waste ballot questions. Ms. Manderscheid, we have been back and forth on this more than a couple of times, and interested to see where we are at now. So if you could take it away.
All right, Mayor members, I'm just pulling up the agenda item. All right, so if you'll recall, we have talked about this a couple of times. The item initially appeared before the City Council in May, and it came to the conversation rather late, and so it was continued to a June meeting. You asked me to prepare a couple of different options for you and to do some additional research. Specifically, you asked me to amend the drafts that had been prepared so that we could add some clarifying language. For example, you asked that the word continuing be added. So it would say continuing city organized trash, recycling, yard waste. You also asked that I replace the word solid waste with the words of actually what the word solid waste means out of our city code, which is trash, recyclables, yard waste, bulky waste, and electronic waste. You also asked that I explore the possibility of saying both what a yes no vote and a no vote means, and the possibility of creating sentences as opposed to making it all one question. And then the last thing that you asked me to look into was the possibility of a contingent question, and that the second question would be contingent on the first question. So what you see before you is the results of that work and research. And in a nutshell, we have prepared 3 different options for you. The first option, all 3 of them are in your packet. The first option keeps the sentences, or rather keeps the one solid question only approach. It has only it has the first question, as we talked about, which comes from the lawsuit. And then the second question is a standalone one long question. It describes what a yes vote means, and it describes what a no vote means. And then your second option in your packet is, again, that first question stays the same. And then the second question, the second ballot question is the first sentence is a question. And then there are 2 subsequent sentences that basically take the same thing as the first and break it into a sentence: a yes vote means, a no vote means. And then your third option in your packet is that contingent option. And I want to specifically draw your attention to 2 different sections. For those of you looking in the agenda packet, this is page 289. I'll give you a couple seconds to catch up to that if you'd like. Page 289 of the packet. This is the one that contains, as a reminder, the contingency. So in the very last whereas of the resolution is where I explained the contingency. So it'll say, whereas the City Council considered the amendment and the ballot language and added the following condition, and that is that the passage of the City Question 2 is contingent upon the passage of City Question 1, as set forth below, at the 2020 state general election to be held on November 3rd, 2020. By that, we mean to link the 2 questions together. The 2 questions are interrelated by the way this is adopted. This particular approach in putting it in the whereas of the approval language is somewhat modeled on an example that we found in a school district, although not exactly the same. It's somewhat similar. Their process was a little bit different because they had a different type of question, but this is similar to the language that they used and that their voters appeared to understand. And then if you'll roll down to the second page of that resolution, which is again page 290, you'll see the difference in that second question. So the first clause of that second question begins with, if City Question 1 above passes, then it goes on to state the question, and then the 2 sentences explaining what a yes vote means and what a no vote means. So the preparation of these particular questions is based on what we were able to find in other communities, as requested and as I had suggested. The county and the state aren't going to be willing to give us, Secretary of State aren't going to be willing to give us legal opinions on this. But as in discussing with them, I was curious from the county if they had any red flags. It was indicated to me that they did not have any red flags with regard to the Secretary of State. As I mentioned previously, they indicated that they hadn't ever been asked to look at this question before, the ones that I had raised with them, but they commented that they were good questions. So that's where we're at today. The only other thing that I guess I can add was in the One Weekly, and that was that we did find that when St. Paul asked their question on the ballot. Now, again, it was different. It wasn't a charter amendment, it was a referendum, but they did ask a question and then they had a sentence afterwards explaining it further. And now that was in Ramsey County and not Hennepin, but it is an example and somewhat suggests that the voters were able to understand that kind of a structure. So with that, I'm looking for some direction from the council. You certainly could adopt one of the resolutions before you tonight, but you could also give me some direction to come back with any sorts of edits as well. As a reminder, with regard to timing, we need to take action on this sooner rather than later would be my recommendation, in that we want to get out and start providing as much time as possible for ballot education. And we have some deadlines specifically for our some of our most efficient and effective communication methods. Those bring our print documents that go out to all the households. They have deadlines that are, in advance of when the month starts. And so we have had to draft somewhat general descriptions about where the project is at, or the ballot questions are at to date. And it would be helpful to be able to provide some more specific information in those articles that go out to all the households. I've held space in all the upcoming months, but it would be helpful to know sooner rather than later. The actual ballot language must be sent to the county by mid-August. Our last regular meeting, in order to meet the deadline, is August 3rd. With that, I'll stand for questions.
Thank you, Ms. Manderscheid, and I appreciate not only the effort you put into this, but I appreciate the reminder also that we not only have to decide on what we want to say, but we've got to get that word out there to people as well. So, as you said, sooner rather than later. Councilmember Martin and then Councilmember Coulter.
Thank you. Just real quick in the way of feedback here, I'll add my thanks as well for your diligence and for kind of going back and forth with language on this. The work is appreciated on this and a whole lot of other things you're working on. I guess I would prefer the second set of two question options. I just think that the second question in the first set of options, just that sentence gets a little bit long. I could see people needing to bounce back and start over once or twice. Second one just seems kind of nice and clean, just couple of sentences. And the third one, I appreciate how it tries to provide some context by linking it back to the first question, but I could also see people going, hold on, wait a minute, did I get that first one right? And then kind of bouncing in between. So I think they all make a lot of sense, but the second set of questions seems the most intuitive to me, at least.
So Councilmember Martin, if I could, Mayor.
Ms. Manderscheid.
Are you suggesting option 2, as I've tried to title them?
Yes, option 2.
Okay, just to be clear.
Yeah, thank you.
Councilmember Coulter.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I don't think this is going to surprise anybody. My preference would be option 3. I think directly linking the second question to the first just removes that ambiguity that I've been so concerned about. And, again, I'll say I think it's extremely unlikely, but I've been in enough unlikely situations to find out that unlikely is not the same as impossible. And I'm just very concerned about what happens if the questions diverge in different ways. So I could absolutely support option 2, but I think option 3 is I don't actually think it's appreciably more confusing. And I think it just eliminates some of that ambiguity. So that's where I'm at.
Councilmember Beloga.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I want to echo the other speakers' comments to you, City Attorney Manderscheid, for bearing with us and working through this. It's a complex item. And for the reasons already set forth, I think that while I could go with either 1 or 2, I think 3 is the one that resonates most with me. And again, it's the reasons for that. I agree with what Councilmember Coulter said. And I could make a motion as such to move forward on that one, but I would rather hear others speak first.
Appreciate you willing to move forward, but let's make sure everybody weighs in here first. Councilmember Lohman?
Yeah, I don't need to restate the things that have been said before. I could go with option 3. Certainly any of the other ones would be fine as well, but option 3.
Councilmember Nelson?
3 works for me.
And Councilmember Carter?
Thank you, Mayor. 3 works for me as well.
And I will echo that also. And my criteria was how do we make this as understandable as possible? And I think 3 comes the closest to making this as understandable as possible. So I would agree with that. So Councilmember Beloga, you had expressed interest in moving this along. If you're still interested, please go ahead.
Thank you. I would move to approve resolution. And I don't know how to say it, so I'm going to ask Attorney Manderscheid. Do I say option 3?
Mayor and members, that is how I title them in the attachments. It would be option 3, the contingent language.
Very good. So move to approve resolution option number 3, a resolution adopting title and ballot language pertaining to proposed amendments to the city charter relating to the collection of solid waste within the city to be submitted to qualified voters of the city of Bloomington at the state general election on November 3rd of 2020.
Second.
We have a motion by Councilmember Beloga and a second by Councilmember Lohman to adopt our set of solid waste ballot questions as stated using option number 3. Council, any further discussion on this one? Hearing none. Ms. Christensen?
Thank you. Beloga?
Aye.
Mayor Bussey?
Aye.
Harder?
Aye.
Coulter?
Aye.
Lohman?
Aye.
Martin?
Aye.
Nelson?
Aye.
Motion passes 7-0. And now the tough part begins, getting people educated on this and up to speed as to what exactly we were trying to accomplish through this. So thank you, as I said, Ms. Manderscheid, for your work on this. Now we turn it over to our communication staff, and off they go to try and get the word out as quickly as possible. So very good. Let's move on to item 9.3, our Small Business Emergency Assistance Loan Program. We've got Ms. Worthington, Ms. Wolf, Ms. Schindler, Ms. Smith. We got all kinds of folks stepping in for this one. I believe Heather Worthington, are you going to kick it off for us? Or is it, or Ms. Wolf, are you going to?
Good evening, Mr. Mayor and council members. This is Barb Wolf. I will kick it off.
Good evening.
And are you able to see my screen?
Yes, we are.
Okay. As you stated, I'm Barb Wolf from the Community Development Department. I will begin the presentation on the Small Business Emergency Assistance Loan Program for consideration by the City Council this evening. Our city work group consists of Heather Worthington and myself from the Community Development Department, Becky Schindler with the Port Authority, Megan Rogers with Legal, and Tracy Smith with the Community Outreach and Engagement Division. This group has worked on the program's criteria and policy for the last couple of months. Work consisted of reviewing other metro cities and Hennepin County's programs, conducting a survey of some Bloomington businesses, and discussions with the Metropolitan Consortium of Community Developers, also known as the MCCD, and other community resources that interact with the business community. For the council's consideration tonight is a Small Business Emergency Assistance Loan Program to provide needed financing for working capital, preserve employment, prevent business closures, and promote long-term vitality within our community. The program will provide for one-time emergency forgivable loans to small businesses and independent contractors and sole proprietors within the city. Working capital expenses of payroll, insurance payments, rents, and mortgage payments, utility payments, and other immediate business expenses are identified in the CARES Act funding as eligible expenses. Staff has identified the following criteria for Bloomington Small Business Program. The forgivable loans are available to for-profit businesses located within Bloomington and have been in operation since January 1st of 2019. The businesses must have 1 to 20 full-time employees, be an independent contractor or sole proprietor, and these employment numbers would be based off of full-time equivalency employees prior to the governor's executive orders on March 16th of this year. The businesses must have had 2 million or less in annual gross revenues in 2019, and the recipients of the program must be in compliance with city ordinances, codes, and licensing. And this would also include no delinquent taxes, bills, or other charges due to the city. Exceptions, of course, would be any extensions allowed under the current peacetime emergency. And then for all the recipients, we would require them to submit a brief report to the city specifying how the loan funds were used within 3 months of receipt of funds. So now I'll turn it over to Becky Schindler in our Port Authority.
Thank you, Barb. Good evening, Mr. Mayor and council members.
Good evening.
Staff is recommending creation of a $1.3 million loan program plus administrative fees, which will include marketing and underwriting of the program. The funding source is federal CARES Act money the city anticipates receiving from the state of Minnesota's allocation. Staff is proposing to allocate $1 million for small businesses with a maximum loan amount of $7,500 and $300,000 for independent contractors or sole proprietors with a maximum loan amount of $3,000. This will yield about 130 small business loans and 100 loans for independent contractors. Program terms. These loans will be set up as forgivable, non-interest bearing loans. And for audit purposes, as Barb mentioned, we will require the businesses to prove they spent the money on eligible expenses for the loan to be forgiven. All complete and qualified business applications will be funded on a first-come, first-served basis. The program will run until funds are depleted or until October 2nd of 2020, whichever comes first. The program is set up so the City Council may approve adding funds to it in the future. Now on to administration of the program. Bloomington's Port Authority has the Economic Development Authority or power to provide loans to Bloomington businesses. The program will be presented to the Port Authority Board for approval on July 7th. Port Authority and Community Development staff will administer the program in conjunction with our partners. One partner is the Alliance, who will focus on awareness of the program and assisting businesses with completing their applications. Another partner, as Barb mentioned, is the Metropolitan Consortium of Community Developers, or MCCD, who will complete loan underwriting for qualifying businesses. Staff has developed the following timeline based on the current information we have. So this evening, program and policy consideration by the City Council. July 7th, the Port Authority Board will consider the program and policy adopted by the Council this evening. Beginning on July 8th and continuing over the next couple of months, City staff will work with our local and regional partners to promote the program, including an article in the August briefing, information on the city's website and on social media, Chamber of Commerce and Hennepin County email notifications, and work with the Alliance. Starting on July 21st, the application will be available on the city's website. Then on July 22nd, staff will begin reviewing applications for completeness and forwarding them on to MCCD. August through October, MCCD will underwrite the loans and disperse funds to businesses. And per CARES Act guidelines, these funds need to be dispersed by November 14th of 2020. By October 2nd, the application will close unless funds are depleted prior to that date. One item to note in this schedule, the program will be effective once the City of Bloomington has received CARES Act dollars. So staff does recommend the City Council adopt a resolution to approve the Small Business Emergency Assistance Loan Program. Any member of our team would be happy to answer any questions the council may have at this time.
Thank you. Thank you much for the presentation. I see Councilmember Martin. Before we get to Councilmember Martin, I will ask Mr. Verbrugge, the program is effective once the city receives CARES Act dollars.
Yes, sir.
And what is the status of the CARES Act dollars in the state of Minnesota?
Mr. Mayor and council members, I was hoping to be able to tell you definitively tonight. Our expectation is that an amount between 4.5 million and 6.7 million will be distributed to the city of Bloomington. Those are the low end and the high end of the allocation numbers that we've seen in the various formulas that the state legislature and the administration have been considering. And we're expecting that it is going to be distributed in the next couple of weeks. The governor has the authority, working with a legislative commission, to make that allocation before the legislature comes back into session again. And the only reason that we're saying it's dependent on the CARES dollars is it's just an additional administrative step for us to go through the process of setting up an interfund loan and then tracking that through the finance system. And since the program needs to be built up a little bit here and marketed before we get to the point where we're ready to disperse funds, the timing should work out just fine.
Very good. Thank you. Councilmember Martin?
Thank you. Just a real quick question here. Something I really appreciated in kind of the last iteration of this program that came before us and has continued into this kind of final version was the particular outreach and support for kind of Black, Indigenous folks from communities of color, business owners, and getting them involved in the program. I'm just kind of curious, what exactly has changed in terms of our outreach approach, or just generally what are we anticipating that outreach to those communities is going to look like? Maybe even just for folks that are only tuning in now and kind of learning about how they can get involved with it.
Councilmember.
Ms. Wolf? Or Ms. Schindler, who's taking this one?
I'm going to take this one. Thank you, Mayor Bussey.
On its head. There you are. I couldn't see all the faces. Everybody's bouncing around. Thank you.
Mayor Bussey, Councilmember Martin, I just wanted to jump in and say that Barb and Becky and Tracy have done wonderful work reaching out to the BIPOC-owned businesses in the community, and they will continue to work with the list of people that they have made contact with and expand on that list, working with the Alliance and Clues and some other partners that work very effectively with the BIPOC community. In addition, we're gonna do some direct outreach to those businesses that we've already surveyed and make sure that they get an application.
Thank you all for your work. It's appreciated.
Councilmember Nelson.
I just wanted to take a minute to thank our team that worked on this. I very greatly appreciate it. This has been something I've been very focused on, and I appreciate your time and your effort to get this done. I think it's an excellent program. There's a lot of difficult decisions that had to go into this process of size of businesses, what types of businesses, and I think really just did a nice job of thinking those through, outreach to the community, the business community, to find a program that would work. And so, I'm hoping that this really helps our small local businesses here make it through what is obviously just such an incredibly difficult time for so many in our community. The only other thing I'd like to add is that I hope that this might become a base or a model for some long-term thinking to create something like a small business incubator, maybe in the South Loop area or something like that, where we could continue to support businesses, new businesses, expand and diversify our economy as we go forward. I know right now the focus clearly is on getting through this pandemic as well as we possibly can in this community. But I think longer term, I think there are needs and things that this may provide sort of a test run of how we could assist our community. So thank you again for your help. I very much appreciate the hard work on this, and I wholeheartedly support this.
Councilmember Beloga.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I want to echo the sentiments of those who already have gone before me for the team's efforts in doing this. It's important for our community to nurture our small business. I've got 2 or 3 questions. The first of which pertains to the amount of money that a sole proprietor can get. The sole proprietor is a reduced amount, $3,000 as opposed to $7,500, and I'm not quite getting my mind wrapped around why we consider a sole proprietor to be in the same characterization of an independent contractor. Sole proprietors, I Googled it because I know that they're a significant part of small business. And the information that I found is that 73% of all small businesses are sole proprietorships. So it seems as if we'd be disproportionately providing less funds to that group. And I apologize for the, I think there was a double negative in there, but hopefully the idea came through.
Ms. Worthington, Ms. Walsh, Ms. Schindler, anybody want to address that one?
Mayor Bussey, Councilmember Beloga. I think the thinking behind that, and certainly that is a placeholder that you could make a determination to change. I think the thinking behind that was that we were considering those sole proprietorships to be, for instance, a person who might be a hairstylist who rents out chairs to other stylists but does not employ them. And those might be considered sole proprietorships as opposed to a small business enterprise. Now, admittedly, small business enterprise and sole proprietorship have a number of different definitions. But I think that was our attempt to address the size and the expenses that a sole proprietorship may versus a small business enterprise that actually has employees and not just one owner or sole proprietor.
Generally, the term sole proprietor came from tax code, and it defines a form of how a person reports the income and expenses of a business as opposed to the constitution of that business. So I would recommend that you rethink, and I appreciate the thinking that you shared, but I think it's broader and would like us to think a little more broadly in that regard, because the same situation can transfer to an LLP, an LLC, or any other form. You can be a one-person owner and be solely employed, yet report through a subchapter S, an LLC, and then you would be eligible for $7,500 as opposed to $3,000. So, you know, definitions will be important in how this works.
Councilmember Carter.
Mayor Bussey,
Oh, yeah,
Councilmember
Ms. Worthington.
Beloga.
Yes.
I'm sorry, I would just note that there is a difference between how we define sole proprietorship for the purposes of this as being one individual who owns the company and a small business enterprise having 2 to, I believe, 20 full-time equivalent employees. So there is a difference in terms of the composition of the business entity. But again, we are completely open to any changes or suggestions you'd like.
And if the language in here says that you know, if you don't have any employees other than yourself, you're then defined as a sole proprietor or independent consultant, then I'm fine with that definition. I just didn't happen to stop on that. Also, my background influences me to call a sole proprietorship what tax law defines it as. Then I did get reached out to by one or two residents wondering of the CARES Act money, and I would suggest that this is probably responded to by Manager Verbugi. How will that money be allocated? This is 1.3 of a potential 4.6 to 6.7 million dollars, and I didn't have the information, and I think it's good to share how the CARES Act fund that is currently being held by the state, how the city will use that.
Mr. Verbrugge?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor and council members. Councilmember Beloga. We haven't identified the universe of eligible expenses that those funds will go towards. Currently, we have slightly more than $1 million of personnel expense and purchases, which are eligible. We've been requested by Public Health to reserve about $500,000 for the additional costs of contact tracing through the year. And then if you add this money in, we're in the neighborhood of about $2.75 million to $3 million. So there's room in there for additional expenses that we may incur operationally between now and December, and other applications. We do have some expenses that we've already assigned, such as the decision by the council to provide some COVID-related relief to the business licenses for on-sale liquor licenses. That was an amount of about $150,000. So we do have a number of items. I'll work with our finance team to put those into a spreadsheet for you, and we'll share those for council so you can get a better estimate. And then once we know how much allocation we're getting from CARES, we should have a really good idea of what it looks like for the rest of the year.
Thank you. One of the questions that came along with that is why not use all of this money to reduce the discussed deficit that we're facing, budget shortfall?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor and council members. Councilmember Beloga, the reason that we can't use the CARES allocation to just reduce our budget shortfall is that the federal legislation for that money is specific to expenses incurred by the city as a result of the pandemic. Much of our budget gap is being created by a revenue shortfall because of the admissions and lodging tax primarily that is not being received because of the impact to the business community here in Bloomington.
I appreciate your providing that information. Thank you.
Any additional questions, Councilmember Beloga? Sorry for cutting you off for there earlier.
No, that's all for this time. Thank you.
Very good. Councilmember Carter.
Thank you, Mayor. So I just have a quick question. If we do not get enough applications to use all of the resources in that time frame, would we then reallocate the funds to other projects or ideas before the end of the year? Am I understanding the timeline right with the CARES funding and the need to spend the resources by the end of the year?
Mayor Bussey, Councilmember Carter, the way that the CARES Act allocation is made through the state requires the receiving entity to spend down the entire amount by November 14th. And then if it's not spent down by that time, then to return it to the state for reallocation to other jurisdictions. So that's how the current discussion around the allocation to cities has been discussed. And Mr. Verbrugge may have additional information for you on that, but we are working within that timeline. We don't anticipate having a difficult time getting those dollars out the door.
Mr. Verbrugge, anything to add?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Just seconding what Heather said, with the only caveat being that the mid-November date for allocation is what's been proposed so far, so that's not necessarily in concrete until we see what the final rules are that are promulgated by the state as they make that allocation.
Okay, that was my only question. My other questions have been answered, and so I'm also, I share the sentiments of other council members, and thank you for your work on this, and I'm really excited to see it happening. So,
Councilmember Nelson.
Thank you, Mayor. I just wanted to follow up on Councilmember Beloga's question. It's a good question. And as part of this process, I had submitted some ideas, and I don't know if that had maybe led to some of this confusion on the sole proprietor issue. But I know that there are a lot of, there's some home-based businesses. There's people that, don't own the salon, but work at the salon as an independent contractor. Things of that nature that in most cities, what I saw, they would be excluded because there was a requirement that the business own or rent or lease a physical non-residential address that they can tie that business to. So anyone running their business out of their home would not be eligible for assistance. And I thought that they should be eligible for some level of assistance because they don't have rent, maybe not the same level as a company that owns a brick and mortar commercial place within the community, but they are important businesses within our community. And so that was one of the reasons. Maybe exactly how it was defined needs to be looked at a little bit and how that's done, but that was at least my thinking to kind of go along with the answer staff had provided as well on that. So hopefully that adds clarity over confusion.
Mr. Mayor, if I can.
Please.
Mr. Mayor and council members and Councilmember Nelson, part of what we're looking at is looking at that and having a home-based business. That's how we would require with our city licensing department that they have the proper licensing within the city. What about using the terminology of self-employed versus a sole proprietor? Would that work for the council?
Councilmember Beloga or Nelson, any thoughts on that? You're the ones bringing this up.
I think self-employed is a better term, sole proprietor.
I support that as well.
But I'd like to chew on that, just ruminate on it for a moment here too.
Okay.
Councilmember Nelson, anything?
Yeah, I actually think that's a good clarification to say it's self-employed, home-based business. Again, I think the rationale for the lower amount is just that type of business would not have the ongoing rent obligations that a lot of the other businesses do. And so I think that higher amount makes sense for those companies so we can support them. We can support our commercial properties and things like that. So.
All right. Well, I think if we can, I'm just getting the messages here. If we can get consensus on this, I think we can move forward and we can clarify the policy, the specifics in the policy as we move forward after we would adopt the program, and they could tinker with it as they move forward. Mr. Verbrugge?
Yeah, Mr. Mayor, council members, that was what I was going to recommend is if we're generally comfortable with the intent and the resourcing and the plan to get it out, that we go ahead and do that. If everybody's comfortable, let's have staff just go back, review the language that specifically speaks to the issue of the individual employee, and we can come back on July 6th and make a modification to that definition as necessary, and we should be able to do that in time to get the information out and find our eligible audience for that.
Sounds good. Sounds good. So, council, if you're comfortable with that, and if there's no further questions, I would look for a motion to move this forward, understanding that we may be back at it just for some technical corrections and clarifications as of July 6th. Councilmember Beloga?
Mr. Mayor, are you asking for a motion to
Yes, I am, Councilmember
table
Beloga.
it to the next meeting, or to
Nope.
pass it and expect that there may be additional tweaks that we would need to review and approve?
Number 2 on your list there. That is correct. So we would pass it, and if there were tweaks, then we would make we would approve necessary tweaks or technical corrections at our next meeting, but to pass it tonight.
Okay, thank you for the clarification. And if there isn't any additional conversation, I'd be happy to offer the motion.
We'd be happy to hear it, please.
Let's see, move to adopt a resolution approving the Small Business Emergency Assistance Loan Program.
Second.
We have a motion by Councilmember Beloga and a second by Councilmember Nelson to approve our Small Business Emergency Assistance Loan Program to help businesses within the city who have been negatively impacted by the COVID-19 pandemic. Council, further discussion? Hearing none. Ms. Christensen.
Thank you. Beloga?
Aye.
Mayor Bussey?
Aye.
Carter?
Aye.
Coulter?
Aye.
Bowman?
Aye.
Martin?
Aye.
Nelson?
Aye.
Motion passes 7-0. Thank you much. Thanks for the staff for putting this together and the creative thought that you put into it, and for specifically looking for ways that we can help the businesses in Bloomington. I think it will, it's not, I know it's not a huge amount, not a ton of cash for each individual business, but I have to say I'm sure it would be appreciated by any business who has been negatively impacted by COVID-19. So well done. Thank you on that.
Thank you, Mayor Bussey.
Next, I'd like to call item 9.4, a resolution to approve substantial amendment to the City of Bloomington's 2019 Community Development Block Grant Action Plans. Mr. Brian Hartman is here. He's going to help us through this. Mr. Hartman. Mr. Hartman, I believe you're muted somehow. We can't hear you.
Thank you.
There you go.
Good evening, Mr. Mayor and council members. We're before you tonight with a substantial amendment to the action plan for our community development block grant program. We have received, or I should say the city has received, an additional grant amount of $269,466 through the CARES Act to address COVID related expenses and activities that the city can undertake. This item was previously on a consent agenda at an earlier council meeting, where it was recommended that be sent back to the HRA for additional consideration of additional activities, including foreclosure prevention and mortgage assistance. And we also brought it forward to a previous city council study session to inform and provide background on both the need for the rent assistance program that we're recommending tonight, and also the need for foreclosure counseling, foreclosure prevention counseling, and mortgage assistance. So I'll share my screen here tonight. We have a brief presentation for you. Presenting with me tonight is Carrie Thompson. She is the advancement director for VEAP, who has previously received funding from the city through its HRA for providing emergency rent assistance. As I just mentioned, the CDBG program, it has received the $269,466 in additional funding. We, the city of Bloomington, is a an entitlement grantee for the program, and these CARES Act dollars were distributed nationwide through a formula funding process that is used for the grants that are distributed for the CDBG program. Because this is additional funding and not in our current action plan, we will need to amend the action plan to add the activity and the funding before we can draw down the funds from HUD. As part of a presentation at the study session recently, we gave council an overview of the housing stock and occupants in the city, households that own versus rent, and in cost burden. So this is pretty much review from what we shared with you at that study session, but just to kind of remind you, the number of rental households in the cities is nearly 12,000, and of those 12,000, nearly 5,000 are rent burden, that is paying more than 30% of their income towards their rent. We also shared with you at that study session kind of a graph here showing the income levels of renters versus homeowners, with the result that the renter median income is about $50,000. So household income, median household income for homeowners is in the 80s. This graph compares homeowners versus renters. Again, it's going to the issue of cost burden. We see on the left chart that homeowners with a mortgage, about 24% of them are what we would consider cost burden, again, paying 30% of their income or more towards their housing. On the right side, we have about 43% paying more than 30% of their income for renters. These pie charts show the head of household, race, and ethnicity. Again, this is American Community Survey data that we've put together for you. Shows a breakdown that in the center pie chart there of renters, showing that a large percentage of renters are the members of the BIPOC community. As is well known, homeowners are more substantially white than non-white, and that is shown in the owner-occupied pie chart to the right. Some updated information here, just to give you a little more background about unemployment. We were just able to add some data for May. This is kind of preliminary. So we're showing unemployment percentage here in the US, about 13%. Minnesota actually ticked up a little bit to 9.4 in May. We don't have enough new data to break it down much further than that to the metro or Hennepin County. But again, showing that unemployment remains a significant concern. This chart, when we shared it with you, we were identifying the industry sectors that have been hit the hardest with unemployment, and accommodation and food services, which tend to be some of the lower page wage jobs in the country and also in our community. These are hotel workers, restaurant workers, people who typically are also renters. Again, they were hit much harder than many other job industry sectors. Next, I'd like to introduce Carrie Thompson from VEEP. Carrie is their advancement director, and she's going to provide us with an update as to the rent assistance they've been providing to Bloomington residents over the last several months. Carrie?
Ms. Thompson, welcome. Ms. Thompson, are you there, or are you muted, perhaps?
Can you hear me now?
Now I can hear you, yes.
Okay.
Welcome.
It was showing it was unmuted. I apologize. Good evening, Mayor Bussey and council members. Thank you so much for having me. As Mr. Hartman said, I put together this rental assistance report as of June 18th that you can take a look at here, and I'll walk you through it as well to kind of talk about some of the funding that we've already been providing to the residents of Bloomington so far. So this goes through June 18th, which was last Thursday or Friday, I believe it was Thursday. VEEP has dispersed so far to Bloomington residents $317,746 in rental assistance to 247 households for an average household rent of $1,286. The majority of our requests have been for people who have access to no income or very little income due to COVID-19. That includes
any unemployment checks or stimulus checks. And 100% of our households that we've served have income that falls under the 200% federal poverty guideline, or 30 to 50% AMI. Over 40% of the households that we've helped in Bloomington so far speak Spanish as a primary language. So we did require hiring an additional bilingual housing specialist to help us disperse some of those payments as well. Thank you, Brian. Some of the demographics for whom we've assisted: 78% of the rental assistance in Bloomington has gone to BIPOC households. 4% have gone to white or Caucasian households, and 18% didn't report their racial demographics. So you can see the majority of the clientele that we've been serving has been from the Hispanic Latino community. Sometimes if we don't have data collected, in some of those cases, they may have been from that community as well, and they just weren't comfortable reporting what their race was due to their immigration status. So you can see in this next table here what the breakdown was: racial demographics. The average house,
sorry.
That's okay. For the impact of the rental assistance, the average household size was 3 individuals, often a single parent with 2 children. 100% of the households, as I mentioned before, reported income eligibility with their household income falling under the federal poverty guidelines. So the 2 graphs below show the household size of everyone that we've helped so far, and then what the monthly income breakdown is as well. One of the things I wanted to note too is we've additionally had over 700 phone calls requesting assistance as well. And we are still seeing, we have a backup of about 200 people that we're getting to as well as far as needing rental assistance. So when this first started and we were first having people coming to us for the May 1st deadline, we were up to 7 days. There was an up to 7 day waiting period because we had so many people coming to us at once. We're now down to about a 2 day waiting period for everyone, but that still means we have a couple hundred people that are still waiting for some June rent as well.
Thank you, Carrie, for that summary. So tonight, we're bringing a recommendation forward to the council. As I mentioned before, at the HRA's June 9th meeting, they discussed the allocation of these funds and also discussed the need for foreclosure prevention and mortgage assistance. And the HRA discussed this at some length and determined that the 60-40 split of the total grant amount would be appropriate, with approximately $100,000 being reserved for possible use for foreclosure prevention and mortgage assistance. Subsequent to that, as we have learned more about the CARES Act funding that will be provided through the state to the city, we believe that this would be a better use of those funds at a future date. We do not deny that we think that there may be a large demand for foreclosure prevention counseling and perhaps mortgage assistance somewhere down the road. But it is our belief that the immediate need is for rent assistance. If the eviction moratorium comes off next month, evictions can begin within 30 days. And this rent assistance that could be provided through the use of the entire grant would be a tremendous, it'd be a terrific way to help prevent some of that from occurring. So it is staff's recommendations there in the first bullet to use the entire CDBG CV grant of $269,466 for rent assistance as provided through VEAP in their existing program, and to reserve future CARES Act funding that the city reserves for foreclosure prevention and assistance. So I'll be happy to take any questions from Mr. Mayor and the council.
Council, any questions of Mr. Hartman or Ms. Thompson? Any questions? Councilmember Nelson.
Yeah, thank you, Mayor. I just had a question in terms of process, but it sounds like the information that came out regarding your recommendation to use the entirety of the funds for rental assistance was after the HRA meeting. And would it be practical or possible to approve the 169,466 into the rental assistance program and ask the HRA to reconsider the other 100,000?
Mr. Mayor, Councilmember Nelson, yes, it would be possible to do that, but would require us to do another public notification, another amendment to the action plan, unless we hold back this the balance of the funds and do it all together at once. If we split it apart, we'll have to do 2 amendments to the action plan, which may delay the process.
Mr. Mayor?
I see you, Councilmember Beloga. I've got Councilmember Carter in first, unless it's a follow-up question to Councilmember Nelson's direct question.
It may be. I appreciate what Mr. Hartman has said, but since I'm the council representative to the HRA, I believe that there's other information that is useful to be heard by the council before considering this. This item was brought directly to City Council and was referred then back to the HRA. The HRA voted 5-0 to allocate approximately $60,000, $166,466 to rent assistance. And that 60% was determined by the percentage of mortgage and rent burdened households in Bloomington, and allocating 60 to the rental side and 40 to the mortgage side. Additionally, HRA directed staff to bring back suggestions on how and who could do mortgage assistance to Bloomington residents. And that has been frankly ignored. Looking at the HRA package that the HRA meeting for tomorrow, there's no work product on that, as requested 2 weeks ago by the HRA. In speaking to other members of the HRA, there is universal, I would say, resentment that staff is not presenting the wishes of HRA, which were again 5-0, and question on the responsibilities of whose responsibility is it to do the CDBG, since those funds get allocated to the HRA as opposed to the city. And frankly, the HRA feels that if City Council wants to proceed without the HRA, then what value is the HRA to this process?
Councilmember Carter?
So thank you, Mayor. I actually found the answer to my question already in the email. That was the before meeting summary. But I do just want to take a second to thank you, Carrie, and the whole Veep crew over there for everything that you're doing right now. I know it's a tremendously stressful time, and you guys have you've had to quickly adapt, and you're doing a really fantastic job meeting the growing and dire need in our community. I do have a lot of fear with the upcoming, possible lift on the moratorium and the impact that could have. And, really, I think about the impacts that COVID-19 has had on our community, particularly people of color in Bloomington. And we know that 80% of Black people that live in Bloomington are renters. And so I just feel like if the factors that are impacting their lives really dramatically and drastically are just compounding on each other. And so I support this. I support providing funding to BEEP. I understand it sounds like we might need to have some more conversations, but I do want to just say thank you, and please share my gratitude with the other staff at BEEP.
Thank you, I will.
Other questions? I do have a question for I guess either Ms. Thompson or Mr. Hartman or anybody who can answer it. So if somebody is in if somebody is behind on their mortgage payment, how long does it usually take to play out before you get behind on your mortgage payment until you're out of the house, basically you're out on the street, as opposed to, I mean, as Councilmember Carter just mentioned, if you're behind on your rent, how long it takes before you're evicted from a rental unit? Who would be best to answer that for me?
Mayor Bussey, Councilmember Carter, I'll jump in and just answer this one. It's roughly 14 to 30 days for an eviction, and it is 6 to 12 months for a foreclosure action, which is one of the reasons that we wanted to make that information available to council in conjunction with our recommendation that we believe the more immediate need to be that of rental assistance in terms of the eviction moratorium.
So if there are folks right now who, if they're struggling or if they're working their way through a foreclosure issue, their issue started well before the whole COVID-19 pandemic hit. I mean, they were months ahead of that, correct?
That would be our understanding. And I think the other thing that we know about the mortgage foreclosure process in speaking with experts in the banking community and on our staff who have dealt with that is that banks are more willing to work with property owners who may be facing foreclosure. So there's sometimes some internal workarounds that can assist homeowners to avoid foreclosure. And typically those don't exist for renters.
Thank you. That's helpful. Councilmember Nelson. Councilmember Nelson, did you want in?
No, sorry, I just forgot to lower my hand.
Okay, never mind. Councilmember Lohman?
So I guess just a quick question. So is there, what's the problem with doing both of these at the same time? Is there a staffing issue? Help me, I'm not sure if I missed something.
Mayor Bussey, Councilmember Lohman, there is not a staffing issue. It's more of an urgency of need issue. So as we discussed earlier with the Small Business Assistance Program, there will be some additional CARES Act dollars that the city will receive that will be eligible for expenditure on items like mortgage foreclosure prevention and for additional rental assistance. And the immediate need right now is for rental assistance dollars. So it's more of a timing issue.
Okay. So the money is not available to do both programs at the same time. Is that my understanding? I'm trying to figure out why both can't be done at the same time.
Mayor Bussey, Councilmember Lohman, you could allocate money to mortgage foreclosure right now, but the reality is that the people who may be facing mortgage foreclosure action have many, many more months than the people facing eviction as renters. And so it is more of a timing issue with regard to those dollars being utilized in the next few weeks or months, as opposed to the next several months. And so it's more of a logistical timing issue and less of a capacity issue or any kind of financial issue. There will be dollars to allocate to mortgage foreclosure prevention. Hennepin County has already funded the Home Ownership Center at $300,000 and is required to provide mortgage foreclosure assistance to residents of Bloomington under that contract. So currently resources exist for those people who may be facing a mortgage foreclosure, and there are fewer pots of money for people facing eviction as renters.
So basically what you're saying is, if I'm understanding it correctly, if we do stuff with mortgage, it's going to somehow detract from what we're doing around rental. I'm just still the part I'm not clear about is what is that if we do the mortgage piece at the same time that's distracting from that. So you said it's not a capacity issue, and you said that it wasn't a funding issue. So help me understand why that's a problem to do both at the same time. That's where I'm just missing a little bit.
Thank you, Mayor Bussey. Councilmember Lohman. What I'm saying is that if you allocate $100,000 to mortgage foreclosure assistance right now, you cannot allocate those dollars to rental assistance. You will effectively limit the dollars that you allocate to rental assistance, which we know is a greater need right now.
Other questions? Councilmember Beloga?
So, where will we get funding to support mortgage assistance going forward?
Mayor Bussey, Councilmember Beloga, those dollars could come from the CARES Act allocation that the city is anticipated to receive in the next few weeks. So that was the money that Manager Verbrugge spoke about with regard to the $4.5 to $6.5 million that the city is anticipated to receive. That would be an eligible expense in the CARES Act allocation from the state of Minnesota.
Well, there was no mention of that in the distribution, and I appreciate that. That's off the cuff kind of a allocation that the manager made, but these are dollars in hand, and to allocate them could also additional dollars be allocated out of CARES to rent assistance in the future.
Ms. Worthington?
Sorry, having some issues there. Yes, yes, it could be. It's really just a timing issue, because we know that the demand for rental assistance dollars is very strong right now, and those CARES monies will be available in the next few weeks. But we feel that there's an urgency to the rental assistance need at this time.
And one last item was the question asked earlier about who is the keeper of the funds for CDBG? Is that a responsibility of the HRA or of City Council?
Mr. Verbrugge?
Mayor
Mr. Mayor, if you could hold on, Ms. Worthington. Mr. Verbrugge?
Mr. Mayor and council members, Councilmember Beloga, the city of Bloomington receives a CDBG from the U.S. Department of Housing, Urban and Development. The city administers the grant through its HRA. So the city is the direct recipient. In this specific issue, the HRA is essentially advisory on the use of those dollars. The HRA has been essentially delegated the authority to administer CDBG on behalf of the city, but it's the council that has to amend the action plan itself. The city actually controls the dollars.
Appreciate that explanation. Thank you.
Councilmember Carter?
Yes, Mayor. If there's no other conversation, I'm looking at the time, and I'd be willing to make the motion if there aren't other comments or questions.
I think that would be appropriate if you'd like. Please.
Great. Well, I will move to approve the substantial amendment to the 2019 Community Development Block Grant Action Plan.
Second.
We have a motion by Councilmember Carter and a second by Councilmember Martin to move to amend the, gotta put my glasses on, to substantially amend the CDBG action plan. Motion by Carpenter, second by Martin. Further discussion, Councilmember Coulter?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Just to clarify, are we moving that the entire amount be used for rental assistance, or is it the with that 100,000 be for mortgage assistance?
It was my understanding that Councilmember Carter moved the staff recommendation, which was the entire amount for rental assistance.
Okay, thank you. I just wanted to clarify.
Further questions or discussion? Hearing none. Ms. Christensen.
Thank you. Beloga?
Nay.
Mayor Bussey?
Aye.
Carter?
Aye.
Coulter?
Aye.
Lohman?
Nay.
Did you say nay or?
Nay.
Yay? Okay,
Nay.
thank you. Martin?
Aye.
And Nelson?
Aye.
Motion passes 5-2 with Lohman and Beloga opposed. Thank you much, which brings us to item 9.5, and I will ask the council a question given the late hour. So our planning commission appointments, our planning commissioners serve until there is a replacement in place. So this is an item we could conceivably move to July 6th if we wanted to streamline some of our work right now, the fact that it's 11:30 already. We could take it on and move forward if you'd like, but we could also move it to July 6th and not cripple the planning commission just because, as I said, the existing commissioners will serve until a replacement is in place. So I'm seeing a thumbs up from Councilmember Lohman. Any other feedback or thoughts on it? Councilmember Beloga giving a thumbs up. So perhaps somebody could move that we hold over item 9.5 until the July 6th meeting.
So moved. Councilmember Lohman.
Second.
We got a motion by Lohman and a second by Beloga to hold over item 9.5, the Planning Commission appointments, until our July 6th meeting of the Bloomington City Council. Further discussion? Hearing none. Ms. Christensen.
Thank you. Beloga?
Aye.
Mayor Bussey?
Aye.
Carter?
Aye.
Coulter?
Aye.
Lohman?
Aye.
Martin?
Aye.
Nelson?
Aye.
Motion carries 7-0. I hope there weren't planning commission applicants who waited with us this long only to be pushed off till July 6th. If that's the case, I apologize in advance. I will buy you a cup of coffee next time I see you and apologize then as well. Which moves us to item 9.6, our legislative update. Mr. Verbrugge, or is Mr. Rudling on the line with us, or is it just you tonight?
Well, let's see if Mr. Rudling is there. I'll look over at Chris and see if he's...
I do not see him on
All right.
the call.
All right. I told him he could take a pass on this, expecting that it might be a little bit late. I think we've hit on a lot of the items that would be in the update, and I think council is aware that the legislature adjourned the special session without taking action on the big rocks that they had to move. Public safety reform, there was no movement there. There's no bonding bill as yet. The tax bill has not moved. The business assistance is part of is likely going to be part of a bonding bill that's related to the damage caused by the civil unrest. We've talked about the CARES allocation, and there was a question earlier of our bond counsel, Ms. Eddington, about Aon, and she was having microphone issues. So her response was that if there's a default by Aon or some other catastrophic event, bondholders have no remedy against the city as an issuer. So that's a clarification on the conduit debt issue. But specific to the issue of the legislation being sought by Aon and others regarding an extension on the funding that's available, if Aon can't bond by July 10th, they lose their deposit of approximately $540,000, and they'd likely be unable to bond for the project for at least 18 months. So that also impacts the HRA's Village Club Rehab project and the city's investment of HRA revenue bond proceeds in that project. So that's why we have an interest in working with them to see that the deadline is extended. So our council and staff are researching an executive order that the governor is considering for this week. and whether that executive action would legally survive after the peacetime emergency declaration ends. So part of the concern is that the current emergency declaration from the governor goes through July 12th, and if there is no extension of that, either the legislature overrides a governor extension or the governor chooses not to, whether the extension of the funding time period would also expire at that time. That's the research that we're doing right now. I think the more likely case is that if the governor does an executive order on the tax credit availability, that there's also likely to be continuing emergency declarations. And so I think this will work out so that Aon and others will be able to take advantage of that time period. The real concern here is just that uncertainty about the timing of the emergency declaration. Okay, and our understanding is that there'll probably be some sort of executive action on that before the legislature returns to special session. That's about it, because there wasn't a lot of action in the special session.
No,
Mr.
there was
Mayor.
not.
Yep.
They did a lot of nothing. Any questions on the legislative update? All right, then let's move to item 9.7, our city council policy and issue update. Mr. Verbrugge.
Mr. Mayor, I have nothing additional for the council this evening.
Very good. I just want to chime in very quickly, and then I see Councilmember Martin and Councilmember Beloga and Councilmember Lohman, everybody lining up. We'll get through this quickly, and I just want to say, if you watched the Community Budget Advisory Committee last week, you saw the setup that we have here in the council chambers, where there are 9 seats around the outside of the council chambers. And I would like to start to think about bringing as many members of the city council back as possible back into the chambers and to continue our meetings in person. Folks who are able to do it, folks who are willing to do it, if they're comfortable doing it. Certainly understand if that's not the case, but I think there is something to be said to having meetings face to face and being in the same room and being able to work as a group with direct interaction as opposed to a computer screen. So I don't know if it's our July 6th meeting or if we push it to the 13th, the study session, or exactly how we want to work this, but I'd like each of you to think about it. And maybe I think Grant just showed the layout and showed us how there it is. That's how it looks, that's how it works. And if there are ways we could make this work, I would really like to see you all. It gets it gets lonely in here, all by myself in this big council chamber. So the sooner we can get everybody back, the better. So that's all I have.
And if I may, Mr. Mayor, on that point, staff will discuss this at our management meeting this week and come up with some suggestions about how we may return to having more in-person, but we do have a number of considerations. How do we bring the public back in, whether we continue remote participation? So we'll have more information for the council in the next week to 10 days.
Very good. I think, Councilmember Beloga, I think you were up first.
I think it was Councilmember Martin.
Councilmember Martin.
Well, I appreciate that, Councilmember Beloga, but this, I guess, isn't order dependent. Just one quick question, and then just kind of an item I wanted to kind of speak definitively on. So, with regards to the ending of our local emergency declaration, I just want to make sure I've got clarity. The city attorney had mentioned that the governor's order does allow for outdoor dining, but the changes that we had made to allow seating for dining in non-traditional outdoor spaces like parking lots or green spaces, with the ending of our local emergency declaration, does that eliminate those flexibilities as well?
Ms. Manderscheid or Mr. Verbrugge? Mr. Verbrugge? Ms. Manderscheid.
Mayor, members, I was talking with Glenn Markgard about that exact question during the meeting after the discussion with you all, and he indicated, and I agree, that there was certainly some desire to have that extend out into September, August and September. I think when we were talking about that date and we were doing the drafting, if you recall, that was a live edit during the meeting. I think many of our minds were in a place where we thought the emergency declaration would continue to get bounced out perhaps into December. And and things as it has been changing every week with this pandemic, things rapidly change. So Glenn and I are going to talk through what makes the most sense as far as bringing that back to, because a lot of the layout type setup that are going on are pursuant to conditional use permits as well as the emergency regulation. So we'll figure out a plan. The folks that have submitted permits and want to continue with that setup, bless you. We'll have a dialogue with anyone who wants to talk about it and do some problem solving. Off the top of my head, I'm thinking we'll bring back maybe a resolution to the council when there are particular temporary edits. We'll figure out a mechanism to make sure that the council has participation in the process, and that the flexibility is there, that not only the governor's order requested, but also too that we heard from you that you want extended to businesses during this highly unusual summer patio season.
Gotcha. Thank you very much for that. Just kind of along the same lines of the small business support program that we are moving forward tonight. If just operational flexibility is something to go a long way too. So thank you for that clarification. And then secondly, just briefly, I feel like I have made myself clear on my position on this previously, but it keeps coming up to us, especially in public comment again and again and again. So with respect to the folks who are excited on this particular issue, I just want to say I cannot support the charter amendment that's been proposed for modifying who oversees changes to Bloomington parks. And to put it bluntly, I don't think it makes any sense. I can't fathom how we would wait until the next general election to ask 85,000 people if we should put a horseshoe pit or a new park bench in a park. I can understand it's also been brought up by proponents, maybe creating a new body outside of the city council that would oversee us, which I find even more confusing, because if you don't trust your elected officials, throwing more elected officials into the mix, I don't see why that would be any different. So I guess just to say definitively and have it on the record, if you have a concern about the way your city is run, reach out to your representatives, work through established systems, and if you don't appreciate the outcome, then try and get in there yourself and make some change. But to try to jump through hoops with the city charter because of some mysterious threat to Bloomington parks that I haven't heard articulated yet, I don't get what the point is. So just to be on the record for that once and for all, it'll likely continue to come back, but that's where I'm at.
Who is next? Is it Councilmember Beloga? Councilmember Beloga.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I want to give a very short update on 494 Project A. The Policy Advisory Commission for 494 met earlier today, and the original objective is that MnDOT had planned on asking a question to gain support by all the PAC members for proceeding with Project A. That was pulled off the table, and as a result, it was removed from consideration because of the pushback by many of the community members on the PAC, questioning from the highway authority that the Federal Highway Authority that they do not like the design on the what we call the turbine, and questioned the viability of that, to Project B being a priority over Project A, how the cost would be funded going forward, since there's a deficit on Project A from anywhere in the area of $15 to $35 million. And Project B, C, and D are totally unfunded at this moment and not scheduled into the future. So the staff group from MnDOT left with a great number of questions which they will need to provide satisfactory answers for, gaining that approval to go forward to then move on to municipal consent.
Thank you, Councilmember Beloga. I'm sorry, I saw everybody's hands go up at once. I'm not sure who was next in line. So I'll just start at the top. How about that? How about we start with Councilmember Lohman and work our way down to Councilmembers Carter and Coulter.
All right, thank you, Mayor. I'll try to be as quick as possible. I had a couple items that I didn't hold during the consent agenda, and I wanted to just mention that there's going to be some work done on West 106th Street between Verde and basically going east over to 104th. It's going to be done as a part of a feasibility and street improvement project. And one of the things I did talk to the city manager earlier about, I'm not necessarily looking for a response now on this, but just in terms of, we've got some other items that are happening there on 106th Street. And we've got the visibility with Penn Avenue, and we've got constant traffic calming situations on that 106th Street. And I wonder if it makes some sense, but I know we're also looking at that fire station as well, to kind of look at that entire area as a kind of an area to kind of look at in total, or to some degree to try to improve that as a total. Just want to throw that out to staff and see what they think of that. Not necessarily looking for a response today. Secondarily, the other item that was on there, want to really just kind of point out that that staff has been able to secure some funding to support some pedestrian crossing and enhance 3 pedestrian crossings. And I just wanted to mention those just for the general public so they know about them. Old Shakopee Road near 3rd Avenue. And then 98th Street at Xerxes Avenue. Both of those are close to my district. And then in Patrick's district, he wanted me to mention the Lindell Avenue at West 96th Street, just to be sure that those were mentioned. And then finally, Mayor, just a reminder to you that we had talked about trying to look at different alternatives for public comment, and want to encourage us to move forward with trying to consider that. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Carter.
Thank you, Mayor. I'm wondering if we could get an update as a council on where ranked choice voting is at, what exactly happened with the Charter Commission, and what the next steps are.
Mr. Verbrugge or Ms. Manderscheid?
Mr. Mayor, I'm going to ask the city attorney, as she was at the last Charter Commission meeting.
Ms. Manderscheid.
Hi, Mayor, members. The Charter Commission met, I forget what day it was, not last Thursday, I believe the Thursday before. And of the 15 members that were present, I believe 10 were at the meeting. There was a vote that occurred on a motion to approve the resolution that was included the ordinance language that the council had acted on previously. That motion did not pass. It was a 5-5 tie vote. So that means it did not achieve the required majority in order to turn into a recommendation to the city council. If you recall, the Charter Commission's options are to approve, reject, or offer substitute language. There is a time period in which they have the ability to do that. The first time period is 60 days. There was some additional discussion after there was that motion that didn't pass. And we are looking at the, as the public comment period commenter mentioned, there was, I was trying to get a word in during the process that had started to adjourn the meeting. But due to the sort of complexities of WebEx, I wasn't able to get the chair's attention to or sort of halt that experience, that adjournment process, and we ended up having a bit of a parliamentary, procedurally complicated finale to the meeting. And so we have done some preliminary research on next steps on that, and should have a more full report for you in the one weekly. At this point, I know that Denise has been polling the commissioners. There was some concern during the meeting, and Councilmember Beloga can speak to it as well. There was some concern during the meeting that there was not a full commission there, and that there were 10 members present, and that the votes may have been different, not unlike many other kinds of commissions when there is more people there. And so there was some desire to poll the members to see if there would be the ability to get a quorum pulled together again. I know that Denise has been attempting to do that. The last time I checked with her earlier today, she still had not found any dates where a quorum could be present. And so we'll work on that. I plan to check in with the chair midweek and see what his desire is with regard to moving forward. The chair or 5 members of the commission can schedule a special meeting of the commission. Given that there's additional time on the clock, I want to check in with the chair and see what his desire is, and then be able to provide you with a more thorough report by the end of this week.
Does that answer your questions, Councilmember Carter?
Yeah, and so then for the trash questions, the deadline was August 3rd. Is that the same for these if we were to move forward? Okay.
Yes, Mayor and members, that is correct. It's the same. It's a deadline. It's a statutory deadline for entities to get their language to the county so that the county can prepare the physical ballots.
And then am I understanding correctly that we do have to have a decision from the Charter Commission? We couldn't decide. I mean, my understanding is that the council could decide to move forward with it anyway, but it would have to be unanimously. And is that correct?
Chair and members, there are a couple of ways that the charter can be amended, and one of which is certainly with the unanimous vote of the city council. The other way is this process that we're going through right now with seeking to put it on the ballot. As I've mentioned to the Charter Commission, if we get to a place where there is a lack of consensus between the Charter Commission and the City Council, my recommendation to both bodies is because if you recall, my client is the entity of the City of Bloomington, and given that these are forming documents, constitutional level documents, my recommendation to the bodies would be that there be a joint session of the Charter Commission and the City Council so that you all could meet concurrently and have a discussion and attempt to get on the same page with regard to how you want to move forward on this topic. Because this is a really big deal. And I think that both bodies have an important role in this process. So that would be my recommendation.
So could we move forward with that as the next step? Like, could there be a joint meeting as the next step versus trying to, since they've essentially voted already? I know it's, I'm just trying to understand kind of the process and the pathways forward. And so, like, do we have to have that additional meeting if they've already voted? Can we just have the joint meeting and have the conversation?
Chair, or excuse me, I'm in the wrong meeting. Mayor and members, I can certainly bring that up to the chair. I think that that's there are certainly time-sensitive considerations here at play. And so I can mention that and see if it's possible if we can we'd still need a quorum of both bodies to take that approach. But yes.
Great. That would be great. The only other thing that I had, and this could just be a follow-up email, and I feel like I may have seen it somewhere, so I may have just missed it. With the impending lift on the moratorium on evictions, I know we talked about it as a council at one point before the governor issued his own executive order to put a moratorium on those. And so I'm just wondering if there would be interest or appetite among other council members, if we could prepare to revisit that conversation once we know when the moratorium or the ban on the evictions, I can't remember exactly what they're calling it, is lifted.
Mayor?
Ms. Mandershine?
I just want to add that any sort of a change that you all might be interested in researching would require a public hearing and an ordinance, which requires time. And unfortunately, that sort of pre-planning doesn't work so well with the timing of his announcements for his executive orders that extend the moratorium, and it seems like recently in 30-day increments. And so if there is a desire by this body to do something like that, it would be helpful to know sooner rather than later so that we could publicize that hearing in the newspaper because of the several week lead time.
Well, I will be clear that I would be interested in that, but I would obviously appreciate hearing from other council members. And that's my last question/comment. So I will go on mute now.
Councilmember Coulter.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Just a few things. To begin with, I believe I emailed the city manager and the interim community development director about an eviction moratorium, and my understanding was that staff was already working and had begun those discussions, but I would absolutely support going that direction as well, just to clarify. The things I wanted to mention, and I recognize the hour is getting late, so I will be brief. But to put a finer point on the comments that Councilmember Martin just made, we've been hearing now for a number of months from proponents of this parks related charter amendment, and my concern with it is not the number of people advocating for it. My concern is not where terms are or are not used. My concern is that it's bad policy. The definition would be set by the council anyway, and requiring a state general election, even if there were agreement on whether or not something is or is not a park's purpose, requiring a state general election to occur before those kinds of improvements would need to make would literally tie the entire city in knots. So I don't support it because it's bad policy. What I do hear from the proponents is a desire for greater community involvement in decisions affecting their neighborhood parks. And I think that's a good thing. I think that is absolutely an important conversation to have. And I think there are better ways to do that, ways that would be better for the community and for city government. So, I know it's now after midnight and I'm not sure how many people are watching, but if there are folks out there who are advocating for this charter amendment who are still watching, my offer is that if you are interested in exploring other options and willing to compromise, give me a phone call. My number is 952-239-0531. I'm happy to talk with you about it. And then the second thing that I wanted to bring up is now just almost 2 weeks ago, the state Supreme Court issued a ruling on Minneapolis's Earn Sick and Safe Time ordinance. And they ruled that it is indeed constitutional. The important point were that state law does not preempt it and that it does not violate the concept of extraterritoriality, which is, I think, the longest word I've ever had to write out myself. But basically that this isn't one city attempting to make laws for another. And, as we see more and more businesses opening up, we know that COVID is unpredictable. And we know, as we have discussed several times tonight already, that the politics and the decision-making around the governor's declaration of emergency is unpredictable. And so as we think more and more about folks going back to work, we need to be clear and think about how that affects people's lives. And, I think we're grateful that we centered our response to COVID around racial equity. And in many ways, I feel that earned sick and safe time is a very natural extension of this. So I know this is something that is on folks' radars now, but I just want to keep kind of beating this drum that this is a public health need, it is a racial equity need, and it is an economic need. So as we get closer to future discussions about that, I just wanted to make that point.
Thank you, Councilmember Coulter. Councilmember Nelson, you want to weigh in? Anything? Not saying you have to.
No, I'm just ready for bed.
Okay, good enough. Seeing no one else coming forward, I'd look for a motion to adjourn.
So moved.
Second.
We got a motion and a second to adjourn. No further discussion. Ms. Christensen.
Thank you. Beloga,
Aye.
Mayor Bussey,
Aye.
Carter,
Aye.
Coulter,
Aye.
Lohman,
Aye.
Martin,
Aye.
Nelson.
Motion passes 7-0. We are adjourned. Thank you all very much.
Thanks, everyone. Have a good